everybody! Hope you all had a interesting week. Welcome to October, the spooky month. Probably my favorite month of the year. And, we've already had some interesting things happen in the last week. There have been two major shitstorms, one of them more literal than the other.
But the weather sucks.
Well, the U.S. got hit.
October,
The southern U.S. got hit by a serious hurricane, and the Biden-Harris campaign seemingly could not care less, because them and their base, as we will see tonight, hate you. They hate you. They want working class people to suffer, struggle, and die. And yes, Styx is in jail. That was a breaking news story I just found out about just a couple minutes ago. Yes, Styx Hexenhammer was arrested. I wasn't planning on talking about that tonight because I just heard about it. Other than that, I've got a real variety hour of just associated insanity that I've come across in the last couple of days. Some Just Stop Oil stuff, because that was really funny. You may remember a couple years ago, one of them threw some tomato soup on a Van Gogh painting. Well, she decided to represent herself in court.
What?
Uh-huh.
The same one?
Mm-hmm.
I'd remind you that these idiots are given lawyers by Just Stop Oil, which is just a major, like, it's a subsidiary run by the daughter of a major oil magnate. It's just a bad press generator.
Well, she's also the children of millionaires, of course. This woman who, well, one of the two. I'm sorry, I'm sure there is a
on with Jacob Rees-Mogg.
I highly doubt it.
The one with the
Well, we'll get to it when we get to it. That sounds like her, but that's not that descriptive.
Yeah, she
anyway,
was on with Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Oh God.
And
imagine that. Yeah, imagine that was insufferable. Well, we'll get to that, but one of the other reasons why she lost so miserably is that
because she's retarded.
Well, not only did she represent herself, most of what she did in the course of her self-representation was just go on a giant political rant at the judge. Didn't even bother, just went on a big political rant. But we'll get to that. I thought, let's start out with another thing that makes lefties seethe, which is Trump tweeting this prayer. It is a Catholic prayer, and this has made a lot of people very, very angry. Gee, why do you think that people are so angry? Do you have my screen up, Spoon? Okay. Why would it be that a prayer posted by... I know Donald Trump has called himself non-religious before, but why would a Christian prayer in a Christian nation be so offensive? And to whom? Who do you think doesn't like prayer? Who do you think has an issue with Christianity? Well, yes. And could it and people, demonic leftoid demon. I've repeated myself 3 times. Yeah. People
also,
who hate God
AI
and hate their
struggles with
fathers.
prayer.
And, yeah,
AI,
actually, it was
AI
very funny.
bots completely shit the bed around specifically prayer to Saint Michael, because he's also the saint invoked for exorcisms.
It's really funny too, actually, that you mentioned that, because I was looking through some of the responses to this tweet, the quote tweets on it, just to see some of the seething, and we can go through some of that. But one of them seriously was, I don't know if I'll come across it again. It was some leftoid one being like, I used AI to try and figure out if there's any hidden racist or anti-Semitic or they're pro-anti-Semitism now because they're pro-Palestine. But if there's any racist or sexist connotations or something, what else can I throw on this? I don't know how accurate AI is. They're so fucking lazy. They have to try and get AI to explain to them why to be offended.
Imagine seeing a post about driving out all that is evil in the world and immediately thinking to yourself, how is this about black people?
That remark. Oh, right. Or I resembled that remark. Yeah. So the prayer, of course, is Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our defense against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. Great. Now, most of the immediate response from a lot of them was they didn't recognize this as a prayer. They didn't recognize that they thought Trump made this up because, of course, they did, and they wouldn't, this is the party of science, the fact checkers. We'll get to some fact checking stuff later. That was their immediate response was, this is a quote from Trump. And then when they realized it's in an actual prayer, that didn't really make it better. But we went to James Lindsay's response to it because he had a bit of a melty. as well. As I don't know why he can't deal with the Christian stuff. It really bothers him for some reason. So yeah. For the most part, if you look through these responses, it's people just being like, "That's cool. I'm happy that he's doing that." But yeah, this person who has. I wonder when they put this Christian flag in, Christian socialist okay, trans girl, Christian socialist Palestinian flag. Sometimes you see shit like this on Twitter, and it's just like, how do you exist? Like, how are you real? You're just a bunch of conundrums. Oh, here it is. AI accuracy. They wanted. Oh, I thought they were trying to like find out more about this to see if there was anything nasty or naughty about it. I don't know. God. Oh, I didn't see this, but that's good with the Pepe. Yeah. So that was. I do have a choice one picked out for us though to look at because the usual suspects were particularly offended by this. Again, like I said, I think they resemble the remark about evil being driven out. Oh, Robert Reich chimed in to say Trump increasingly suggests that he is God's chosen instrument of wrath and that his opponents are evil spirits to be cast into hell. If you don't find this terrifying, you're not paying attention. Where did he do that?
I'm not terrified because I'm not the one he's hunting.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, are you terrified because you're evil?
Not way like he's gonna miss you given the count that you're 5'2", you fucking midget.
Right. Trump also didn't call himself God's chosen instrument in this. It's just but again, this is again. He thinks that I'm pretty sure he thinks that Trump just said this. That this doesn't know that this is a prayer.
Of course, he's an idiot.
Yeah, and yeah, he's like 5 foot. Yeah, see, he got like, oh no, you got community noted. What are you gonna do? Oh, like here's Sargon. Sounds epic.
Oh, what epic has really been destroyed.
I know it is. Hey, Mark. Here to drag you. Yeah. Oh my.
Not too late to delete this.
Too late to delete
this. I really wish
this.
we had a leader that actually invoked religious temptation and then just used it as a justification for going apeshit violent. Me based.
Yeah. This is a much longer response. James Lindsay wrote an essay about it because again, he's got real issues with this.
Cringe.
I don't know why he can't. He's got a serious issue with Christianity.
James Lindsay, just shut up. You are an absolute pillock. You are a dumbass who is stuck
I like
in a
Dr. Lindsay,
faction...
but...
Shut up when I'm not fucking talking here. This twat is stuck in a faction war and he cannot escape. And he sounds like a lunatic because the only way that he has any relevance is when his faction is ahead. He's an idiot. He knows nothing. He's a failed of an academic. He can piss off.
Well, I disagree with failed academic.
Go to hell.
I feel this conversation should be happening on like the dormitory lawns outside of his office and puncture it with a VB long neck hurled through a fucking window.
Well, my counterpoint is that I quite like James Lindsay. I like his talks.
I will kick your ass, woman.
No, I said I like his talks and his lectures. I think a lot of them, his new discourses stuff is really good. There's a lot of good information in that. A lot of the things he's dug into to really isolate down the connection between modern leftism and the Hegelian dialectic, and then going back further to Gnosticism, I think is fascinating. I've talked about it a whole bunch. That's
cringe.
Okay. I think this
I
is
have no
cringe.
strong feelings one way or the other.
Since you don't, Bill, will you read this tweet for us then, if you can?
No, it's long.
Exactly. There you go. Correct response.
Operation Michael is designed. Okay, will you please?
Yeah. Operation Michael is designed to undermine the anti-woke right. It's a damn shame Trump has pulled into this, probably on deliberately bad advice. It's already a live active measure now and mostly unstoppable. Here's how it works. Oh God.
I know.
I really,
I know.
I can feel him like taking his dick out and beginning to like whirl up to a full windmill.
Mm-hmm.
Most Americans, even Catholics, don't know anything about Archangel Michael except in the very vague sense. I grew up Catholic. Michaelmas was not a thing ever with any Catholic I knew. So now Michael idolatry will be a big thing for our side, and the Theosophists will fill it in the detail of what it means for the most broadly ignorant Americans to mislead Christians further to lead towards war and violence.
I don't have any idea where he's pulling this assumption from. Michael idolatry is going to become popularized?
This is the guy you think he's so smart.
I told you, he's got a weird hang-up about religion. He's got a weird hang-up about religion, all right?
Has he got warts on his nose that he refuses to edit out of portraits?
That's because a religious
continue.
faction would be antithetical to his worldview. He's
he's
atheistic, secular, consumerist nuthead.
all right.
Piss off, James.
Meanwhile, since it's a dialectical attack, the left will use it to characterize Trump as a religious warlord type, fitting the worst
They're going to do that anyway,
Christian
James.
nationalism motifs. Of the Operation Christian nationalism motif. Why is he just slapping the word operation into shit?
Because he has been saying for a while that there's this Christian nationalism thing. It's an actual op that
Yeah, we're quickly descending into clanner speak. He's going to start declaring patrols against people. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Because of the left-right dialectic in play in the op, we will all be forced to take a side or dip out into irrelevance, like you did with your entire career, James Lindsay. Jesus,
this is the same kind of. He's responding to Chris Rufo the same way he responded to me. But we'll get through the rest of it because Rufo has a good response here.
Good man.
Theosophists have a particular and evil interpretation of Michael as the bringer of the new age and the driver of human evolution, which they explicitly seek to control. He is the bridge and mediator for them between the figures of Christ, Lucifer, and the Zoroastrian demon of chaos and division, Ahriman, whom they regard as equally sacred parts of a triune whole.
This is really...
You've gone too deep into this esoteric shit, my man.
This is... Okay, who actually...
He just tweeted a Catholic prayer.
Who the fuck is actually trying to back up this Gnostic bullshit? Because I can say this much right now. Almost every single person I know who knows anything about this shit fucking hates it. And the few people I know who are pro-Gnostic are absolute ball sacks of human beings.
Look, he's on the money in that leftist ideology does operate as an extension of Hegelian Hegelian philosophy, which comes directly from Gnosticism, or is an outgrowth of Gnosticism. So when you see shit
can we just get
weird
Michael
pure
Kirkbride
religious
to
things
write
that they
shit
do
for us instead?
I know.
He's already just using this exact shit to.
But the problem that Dr. Lindsay has fallen into here is that because he went so deep into researching all of this Gnostic stuff, he is now seemingly under the impression, or has convinced himself somehow, that the average leftoid, either on the street or in DC, actually believes the Gnostic part of it, and not just. But he's made the arguments about how they end up accidentally doing it, and they don't even know really.
I'm
that
convinced
what they're
that
doing
Gnosticism
is Gnostic.
in general is just some weird fucking cognito hazard that makes you think of everything in a schizophrenic fashion, and that's coming from me.
I mean, yeah, it basically is. But it really is.
I think that Gnosticism is a intentionally instituted dead end and rabbit holes, tie everything together to a cabal of retards who still believe in fucking Zoroastrianism as anything other than just the possibly cringiest religion ever made that isn't practiced by the fucking Yazidis.
What's this thing? Fetzer Institute? I want to see if he's right about those. Spiritual foundation for a loving world. Do they say something about Michael? I mean, I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but I'm sure I'll take his account for it. He says spiritualism of this occult religion is already completely infused in young children's school through social emotional learning, which came from the Fetzer Institute. The Fetzer Institute is an occult theosophical nonprofit based on channeling and summoning Michael in order to bring in the next spiritual age of humanity, the age of Aquarius. They say so explicitly. If they say so explicitly, that's insane, but I don't know about that, so I'd have to look into it. Wait, I mean, let's just type it in again. What was it? Fetzer Institute? And it's obviously Aquarius? Where did you get this from? Where did he get this from?
The one time he didn't cite shit. At the one time you want it.
I can't. I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong, but where'd you get this from?
Cite your bullshit, Lindsay. Fuck me.
I mean, you posted 2 pictures with this. Could you post a picture of them saying that they want to bring about the age of Aquarius? If they say so explicitly, I'd like to see it. Elements of this view will be sprinkled in various subtle ways, never openly evoking Lucifer or Ahriman, but only their positive seeming attributes to ensnare good-believing Christians and new Christians who lack the needed discernment to avoid being taken astray. Michael Flynn's Christian nationalism has been appealing to Michael in the exact words of Theosophist Claire Prophet for years, leading unassuming Christians to repeat their incantations word for word in mass groups as prayer beyond heretical. This is serious. The cult controls the world, and the left believes in this occult religion and will certainly co-opt the right into a dialectical foil version and partial spiritual contamination. It's also covered with the fingerprints of a counterintelligence operation we should be very slow to trust. You must be more careful. You must also find out who fed this idea to Trump and expose the bad actors and dangerous fools in his circle. This is no coincidence. Oh, dude. You sound unhinged.
Yeah, there are actual cult activities like recorded as being part of the military branches, but not this variety. Like the actual true blue fucking Satanists are more involved than the Theosophy crowd.
And then Chris Rufo, rightfully, I think, responds by saying, James, are you saying that the United Nations and the New Age Theosophist cult that controls the world convinced Trump to post the St. Michael's prayer not in the Catholic way, but as a Luciferian dialectical inversion to bait the right into adopting a form of Christian nationalism that will backfire and usher in the Zoroastrian demon of chaos, which in turn will implement social emotional learning and a Fetzer Institute-controlled psyop by deep state and counterintelligence operatives? That seems a little far-fetched. You're better than this straw man. Live up to it. I mean, it sounds like Chris summarized that's what I got from it too. I mean,
Far be it for me to suggest that there might be some.
Yes, as Chris says, as Dr. Rufo says, I think there's a simpler explanation. It's a powerful prayer. Trump is trying to gin up Christians, and given the 2 recent attempts on his life, it seems appropriate to invoke Saint Michael for protection.
We established that something turned his head at just the right time.
Yeah, it would make anybody, I think, a little bit more religious, right? But I mean, this is Dr. Lindsay. My God.
Could you have phrased it in a way that didn't make you seem like a massive psycho, James?
Yeah, I mean that would help. If
I,
you could...
I hate to be the guy harping on PR because I think it's a bunch of bullshit myself, but fuck me dead, could you have worded it in a less incriminating or psychotic fashion?
I know.
Also, yeah,
Hey, Scrub.
if you want to see actual fucking like sketchy Satan shit in the military, look up Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino. Yeah, the guy who helps invent psychological warfare, who was also a massive Satanist, who was actually like trafficking children.
Oh yeah, the Always Sunny red thread meme, yeah. Meanwhile, the Democrats have hung up a 43-foot tall, 6,000-pound statue of a naked Trump effigy, and it's literally hanging, as in by the throat. It's obviously meant to symbolize hanging him near Las Vegas. The display cost $550,000.
Yeah, I want to see the receipts and know who paid for it then.
Here it is. Fucking Jesus Christ. I mean, this is...
Well, it's a nude statue, why is it not breaking public indecency laws?
Yeah, I mean, it's totally nude. There's a pee-pee and everything. Which, of course... Well, and this is a good question. I don't know if it was in the comments or where I saw this. But it was a good question about this. Is that, why are these lefties obsessed with... Like, they always draw Trump naked, and they always draw his penis. They do it all the time. They always give him a tiny little penis. They're, like, obsessed with seeing him naked. It's so bizarre. But...
That's how they control each other.
This is okay. This is allowed. And by the way, it is allowed. It's fine. It's free speech. You're allowed to do this. To waste $550,000 on a really hideous, gigantic... 6,000-pound nude Trump statue. You're totally not obsessed.
Oh, that's a bit of a bull.
Go play the Mafia games.
I think the penis may have been sculpted to resemble like a pig's tail or something.
Probably.
Because the entire thing is reminiscent of like a pig carcass.
Well,
the posing.
But remember, for like...
Also, it's not very well put together for a fucking nearly $600,000 fucking statue.
No, it's hideous.
Like, visible sockets.
But remember how for the last 4 years, these same people, I'm sure the people who paid for this, or at least who contributed to it, have been screaming about the gallows that was set up on Jan 6 by the protesters. That was, like, what was it? A couple planks of wood and a faux noose attached to it. It wasn't a real gallows. It was. I mean, I know, but that's considered a threat to democracy. That's got people sent to jail for years.
That's why I always say, if you're going to do something, if you're going to walk up to the bell, you're going to have to ring the damn thing.
But I mean, like I mean, listen, again, you can't. There's no point in pointing out. There's no reason to point out their hypocrisy other than to talk about it.
Hang it up.
Well, I mean, it's a podcast, obviously, or it's a live show, so it is, I guess, just inevitably. You can't help yourself but point out the hypocrisy. But of course, the reason why it's fundamentally pointless, outside of just laughing at it, really, is because they don't care. The people doing this, they don't care. They are total power politics people, which say that 5 times fast. But they're right in that sense. They're correct that all politics is power politics. So they don't give a damn about being hypocritical. They don't care about how violent. No, and they never have. That's why they win, because they will do anything to win. Oh, it does look like him. Yeah, let me see. Put it on the screen here. Whoa. Yeah. I mean, except for the blonde, but yeah, I mean, it's a crude approximation of Trump. Yeah, sure. Okay.
You know,
it just
I was brought up to consider the worth of something. Like, are you really going to play with that toy after you buy it if it's some gimmick thing? This is like 550 grand down the drain. If your jurisdiction paid for this, you should be like throwing bricks for your local constituency windows.
You should be hanging from that thing.
if this is some weird for profit, that should be declared. If it's some weird non-profit, it should definitely be declared.
Seems a very high price. 500,000, 550,000.
I
it's
think
just
that
plus, so
yeah, for this badly put together piece of fucking fiberglass, I'm sorry, this entire thing is a flashy embezzlement scheme.
Yeah,
that's 550 grand that they've actually announced.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the side that is trying to defend democracy, by the way. Chit Chat Cat for 35 ZAR says, what kind of gay man wouldn't want more Christian men? They're the best, smiley face, and it means greater likelihood for a better society. I don't know what gay man you're speaking about there, James Lindsay.
He is not a better man.
He said gay man.
Yes.
Amu's currency. Oh, okay. Amu's currency for 5 says, I'd like Vance more if he wasn't married to a G. Jeez. Lancer 5 says, I love Trump as much as the next chud, but I've never loved him enough to create an artistic expression of his Johnson. I know, right? Yeah, I mean, again, they made that giant baby inflatable. They're weirdly obsessed with him. Like, I mean, in terms of making effigies of him. It's very strange.
They've tried doing the opposite and making effigies in their favor, and that's how we ended up with Skibbity Biden,
right.
Which is something so bad I want to shoot myself to this day.
Are you honestly surprised that a bunch of people who are currently obsessed with their own genitals is for some
everyone's
reason
genitals,
with
yes.
Somebody else's? Yeah, I'm not remotely surprised.
No, yeah, again, not surprised. And as I said, also, just these people are evil. They do not have standards. Their only standard is that we want power and we will do anything to get it.
They've made an ally of horror.
It's a cult.
And we're going to get into some more of the stuff about Hurricane Helene, but here in a moment. Hurricane Helene.
Oh,
you didn't hear about this. You didn't hear about this at all.
I've barely been paying any attention to the news.
Okay. So a massive hurricane hit the U.S. South and has caused a huge amount of damage.
The current administration has no intention of helping them.
At all.
They sent the National Guard in, but we'll get to the response. We'll get to the response. Because the thing is that they don't want to help them, because the states that got affected are basically from Florida up to Virginia. And so it's a lot of places that do not get hit by hurricanes. Places farther north. I mean, it's still in the U.S. South, but places that are a little bit further north than normally get really pounded by hurricanes. Streets flooded, no electricity, no internet, nothing. Yeah.
So let me get this straight.
Hundreds dead,
The campaign strategy here is rather to help the people in red states and make your administration look good in election. You are going to ignore them.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. They hate those people. They know that they're not going to win their votes anyway. So it's exactly what it's what. Remember when Corey Compertory was shot.
So you have no concept of honor and duty when it comes to the citizens.
Absolutely
it's like,
not.
I will only help you if I will vote for you. See, this is why democracy is fucking cringe.
but they will say the quiet part out loud. Destiny certainly did when they shot Corey Comparatory. What did he immediately? What did he? But what did he immediately? What did he immediately ask? Where was he? And he was talking to another lefty. What state was this in? And what state? Yeah, what was in Illinois? Was it in Illinois? And I can't remember.
What the weather?
And then whatever where Corey Comparatory was shot. But whatever state it was, he was just like, oh yes, swing state, let's go, one less. R-1. Oh, it was Pennsylvania, right? Thank you. But that was his response because these people, they hate you, they want you dead.
Yes,
I mean, that's why it's why they hang up a giant effigy of Trump. And when there are people, thousands and tens of thousands of people without access to electricity, hundreds of people are dead. Okay, this is their response to that.
Counting down till MAGA Republicans in Florida become socialists, begging for taxpayer handouts so they can rebuild in 3, 2, 1.
Wow, you are a fucking disgusting bitch.
Do you understand that their taxation money is taken from them?
From them?
Yes, it's literally taken from them by law. So let me get this straight. So you're upset that somebody has their money taken by the state, wants it to be spent on them. To
go back and not be spent on Ukraine? A foreign country?
Oh God, I hate women.
And the smugness. It's so you're evil. You are pure bloody fucking evil.
It's the pageant fucking gloating of someone who's never actually had to worry about a single thing in their life.
Right. I'm sure
it's just pageantry. It's just bullshit and pageantry. She doesn't even have an opinion on this. She doesn't actually give a shit.
I'm sure she is dole scum and lives off welfare herself, probably. But she deserves it, right?
Look at the background.
That's what I'm. Well, why do you think I said that?
That is
dire.
Yeah, that is.
Like, I mean, it is a washroom, but still.
Why has it got speakers then?
Oh, probably so you can listen to music while you're washing clothes. That makes sense.
Like unearthed, like moisture affected speakers.
But they look old. I've had those in washrooms before, so I can listen to music. Yeah. They really hate you. It's always women. It's always women doing this shit.
Of course it is, and these people need to be beaten. Mm-hmm. Seriously, like the way that you learn as a kid to not be an asshole is to get the shit kicked out of you. I guarantee you, none of these people have ever been punched in the face.
Yeah, well, how's that?
Mike Tyson quote.
Suspicious. Like, no money for you. Wait a minute.
As the Pacific song goes, like you look like someone who's never been smacked in the fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, Suspicious. You said. One sec. I want to dispel this for a second. Suspicious said, "No money for Ukraine is good, but billions for Israel is no money for Ukraine is good, but billions for Israel is good." Where do you think you are right now, friend? I mean, of course, much like since Scrump's here, much like Scrump and Evelyn, we love the nation of Israel, but no, I do in no way support sending billions to Israel, not at all. I don't support spending billions to Ukraine either. But yeah, this you might. I don't know. I've not seen you around the chat before. You might if you're not familiar with our stance on that. Besides loving the nation of Israel, here, everyone, we all do, don't we, guys?
Moving on.
Anyway, here's this demon.
Hurricane hit North Carolina and Tennessee. The first thing I thought was, damn, there goes some racists. There we go. We got some.
Yep, they want you dead. She doesn't know these people from Adam at all. She has no idea. You know, a lot of them might have been black. What would you have done? Do you know that the South has a lot of black people in it, particularly like Atlanta? One of the highest black populations
the swathe of
in the country
cut through the nation,
Georgia,
is legitimately like a heat map of the hihighest concentrations of black people in America. Like the area it swept through was like somewhat the Venn diagram for areas with large concentrations of black people in the southeast, and the areas hit by the hurricane are a circle.
Oh my god, this just you look evil. How can you just say I really
fucking goblin physiognomy? What'd you expect? I really should stress physiognomy is such an important thing.
And you know the thing that's crazy about this is that
thank God I look like royalty then.
She recorded this. Probably watched it a couple times. She probably recorded it multiple times so she could get as cute as she wanted to look or whatever. and then
Well,
watched
this
it
is the best
back,
you could do.
thought, this is great, posted it, and then you know that immediately because she feels morally superior. She's here saying, I'm so glad a bunch of racists, which probably a lot of them were black, got fucking killed by a natural disaster. Aren't I so moral? And it's, again, because they don't have morals. They don't care.
And if you're going to do a recording where you doll yourself up, maybe don't use the take where your entire face folds in the middle like you're a Muppet sneezing.
Yeah.
Look at that. Her whole face like creased up
And
in
then I just
half.
seen this video.
Yeah, it did. The way it creased up, it looked like, ugh.
Yeah, there, that. Like,
Brother.
the entire thing is like the hand
brother?
inside the puppet,
Right.
took grip of it.
Yeah. Like squashed it or whatever, you know?
I'm gone. And then I just seen this video that like the area it hit is like sundown town after sundown town after sundown town, and they are just completely flattened and gone. And I was like, God's work.
Yeah,
Oh
who's
my-
God though?
Yeah,
You realize these
yours.
people don't even believe in God.
No, well,
Not Jehovah.
oh dear Lord. Yeah, these are.
Again,
This is why
punching
Spoon and I are
face.
against voting, because these people vote.
Cartoonishly pageant-like fucking nightmare creature behavior, like just
Yes.
straight up acting like a stereotype of a fucking goblin.
I mean, let's get this shit fucking straight. These people are just evil, and they hate you, and they want to kill you.
I'm starting to see why the Austrian man was obsessed with physiognomy. I'm starting to think he had a plan.
Which one? There's a lot of Austrian men. They all seem to have good ideas.
God.
Except,
What, like
except
Ergon
crap.
Quinot Leiden? Yeah,
Actually, that's a good point. He was an Austrian.
there you go.
Baron von Ungen Sternberg had some great ideas.
I meant the one in the 1930s, Aiden.
Yeah, I know. So, I was
Baron
laughing
von
at Baron von
Sternberg it is.
Sternberg. I was laughing at Bill's
31.
Baron von Sternberg. It's from an alt history mod for, is it?
No, Baron von Ungen Sternberg was a real person.
Oh, wait,
You're
wait.
thinking of Tabaritsky.
Oh, I'm thinking of Tabaritsky. Okay, got them mixed up.
Can't
What was
tab on
Tabaritsky
tab.
then?
Tabaritsky was a
That was the alt history
a
one.
Jewish Nazi from the Eastern Bloc who
See, I get
in real
these
life was
characters
who's
that you
in
talk
real
about
life was
mixed up in my
only
head.
famous for shooting one random dude in the the one Hoi 4 mod. It's basically all the bad endings. He takes control of the Holy Russian Empire and just turns the place into a chemical infested nightmare zone. He invents something called taborite, which is used specifically because it dissolves people down to like a foam.
Very cool.
It's just chlorine trifluoride.
I was
Even the
confused now
Nazis
when
thought
you
it was too
said Nazi Jew from the Eastern Bloc. I went, what?
Yeah,
It's a
all
plot
history.
point that he's Jewish and also a Nazi,
Yeah, like what?
and he
I mean,
earnestly
it's
believes
like
in the divine the divine resurrection of
It's
Tsar
what
Alexei.
it's like Clayton Bigsby, right? Who's always
No, I
wrong.
think he's just dumb. I hate to break it to you, but he might just be dumb as shit.
This stream just
Junebug,
went way off out of
yeah.
field.
Junebug for 2 says, "Hey, it's been so long. Hey, nice to see you around." And Taylor 8 for 5 says, "The After 2 reminds me of how Birdman is obsessed with dudes giving BJs." Yeah,
Yeah, he
So that-
had that a lot in his video on me in ways that I don't
Yeah.
really know why. And also, all of the instances where he used it, he was wrong. Like, dude, you look like an idiot.
well, it's always the same thing. It's like, yeah, they're weirdly obsessed with sex all the time. So this was Biden's remarks regarding Hurricane Helene. Yeah, it was a whole 5 minutes, guys. A whole
He
5
didn't even
minutes.
know where it was.
No.
Venom of Gondor, yes, I know Rangel is technically more interesting than. Well, he's not as interesting as the Mad Baron, but he is a
You're
better
telling me
person
that I'm
overall.
quiet? Like, I can't crank this thing up anymore. It gets
Some
full
kind of name.
volume.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know what to do. You can turn us down, I guess.
Now?
Oh, that's better. That's louder.
God damn it.
All right,
Please
here's
keep it
Biden.
Please keep it down. My son has AIDS.
This is short. Yeah, please keep it down. My son has AIDS. This is short, so I didn't think it was worth putting it in the watch together because, again, he had a whole 5 minutes to spare to talk about a hurricane that has
What the hell
devastated
else is
the
he
South.
doing?
Yeah. You've got important things to do.
State the obvious over the weekend with devastating storms in the South. I spoke for a couple hours with leaders yesterday affected by this hurricane.
I'm bored already.
And Governor Kemp of Georgia, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, county officials in the Big Bend region of Florida, and other leaders in South Carolina, Tennessee, about the broad and devastating impacts of Hurricane Helene. It's not just the
I'm
capital.
astounded he didn't call it Katrina.
Don't talk about climate change.
The entire southeast and Appalachia. Damage from the hurricane stretches across at least 10 states. Winds over 120 miles an
So
hour.
he's just giving you the facts.
Storm surges.
What are you gonna do about it?
Feet, and record flooding.
Cool.
Communities are devastated.
We know.
Loved ones waiting, not sure if their loved ones are okay.
Yes, we know this.
Because there's no cell phone connections. Many more folks displaced.
Hey, guess who's trying to work on fixing that?
They'll be able to be
Musk?
Is it the Biden administration or is it Elon Musk and Donald Trump? Who's not the president, by the way? Neither one
They're
of whom are the
actively trying
president.
to cock block Elon out of supplying salvage to the
Yep.
area for emergency use.
They are now actively. We'll get to that, but Elon Musk has basically offered to provide Starlink for the region to install to basically give people allow people to have access to the internet and phone services.
Be able to tell people, like, yo, I'm here on a roof. Can
You
you
know,
please pick up before I drown?
Yeah, something useful.
home to return to. So we're keeping them all in our prayers and all the lives lost.
Hey, why is your videos so quiet?
Particularly unaccounted for. There's nothing like wondering, is my husband, wife, son, daughter, mother, father alive? And many more who remain without electricity, water, food, and communications. Whose homes and businesses have washed away in an instant. I want them to know.
Could you sound like you care any less about this?
I also want you to know.
Because I know you could not care less about these people's lives. You hate them. Well, when you were still cogent, you hated them. Now you're just a shell.
It would be disruptive if I did it right now. We will not do that at the risk of diverting or delaying any of the response assets needed to deal with this crisis. My first responsibility is to get all the help needed to those impacted areas. I expect to be there. Excuse me, I have a cold. I expect to be there later this week. I and my team are.
You'll soon be
constant contact
cold.
with governors, mayors, and local leaders. The head of FEMA, Deanne Griswold, is on the ground now in North Carolina. She's going to stay in.
I'm sure things go worse for these poor
Yeah,
people. Let's send in
that'll make it better.
There's been reports.
We have nothing to fear but FEMA
the
itself.
consequence of this storm. And the
I've seen it. The numbers are quickly approaching 200. I did say hundreds, but we don't know. The numbers I saw were something like 170 something confirmed deaths.
reports of up 600 people unaccounted.
You didn't hear
for
that.
Can't be contacted.
It's 600.
They're alive, but there's no way to contact them again because of the lack of cell phone coverage.
Gee,
Directed my team to provide
only there was a billionaire who had his fingers in a whole bunch of tech companies and could provide communications to the area and was offering to do so.
every available
If only the U.S. government would work with such a man, but of course not.
resource as fast as possible to your communities to rescue, recover, and to begin rebuilding. In addition to FEMA, it includes the Federal Communications Commission to help establish communications capability, the National Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Department of Defense are going to provide all the resources.
Remember what happened last time in Katrina when
What they've
they
really done is
outsourced
send in
all
soldiers.
this? Well, barely any. Some of the, from what I've been told, a good chunk of the National Guards in the area are actually being sent abroad.
I know some states have sent National Guard.
Tennessee got sent abroad. They got sent like
West Virginia sent them to the area because West Virginia wasn't affected. So like, yeah, I haven't actually talked to my family, but no, it didn't affect anyone in my neck of the woods. So, but actually, Bill, have you talked to Mega? Are they all right?
from what I have seen, they're doing all right. Same with
They're down in
Saucy.
Louisiana.
Yeah, so from what I have seen, like Saucy, Meg, and that all seem to be okay.
And Saucy
But
too, yeah.
Saucy has no communications whatsoever. He barely like snuck some
Right.
through.
Yeah, we have a bunch of friends from our sort of
Paul Bass has
D&D.
finally got his own place, and then God legitimately dropped a biblical biblical scale event on him, like the second he moved in. Awesome of it.
Well, I hope he had insurance of some sort. And in all these
He's
places,
renting, so
people
we
don't. Oh, okay. But in a lot of these places, people don't have hurricane insurance. Because they're too far north. I mean, for a hurricane to hit Virginia isn't totally unheard of, but some of these other places, it's rare for tropical storms to hit that far north.
And assist in clearing debris and delivering life-saving supplies. So far, that's over 3,600 personnel deployed. That number is growing by the day. I quickly approved requests from governors of Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia.
You want to know what you want to know what I find
I just say
interesting?
North
What he's left
Carolina
out here?
twice.
Because he doesn't know. Do you know what's interesting about that, though? He gave you a number of troops, let's be clear, of military personnel that he sent in. You know what number is missing? Aid. How much money are you going to spend on this to provide aid? They never state. I'll just give you a spoiler alert there.
It's going to be fucking nil. And
Well, 'cause we have to give more money to Ukraine.
Whatever money does go out to them is going to
And
walk
yes, and
discreetly
Israel,
out
sure.
the back door.
Yeah, we got to give more money to foreign countries, obviously.
So I would point out that that we're sending troops. Yeah, last time you did this, you actually outsourced it to a private security company, and they gunned down people in the street.
Well, that's what a lot of people are speculating, is that this is going to be essentially a military occupation that's going to last through the election. And guess what?
We don't want to.
They're going to make it. All of a sudden, it's going to become really difficult to vote. I bet in these southern states, because they're going to say, just watch. I'm making a prediction here. So who knows if this is true? But immediately what I'm thinking, my thoughts. I think that there's going to be a big push to say that we can't count the votes from these southern states or something like that are obviously going to vote hard for Trump, or we need to throw them out. And they're going to do their normal shit that the Dems usually do in elections, and then got mad when the Republicans did it back in 2016 and 2020, and say these votes aren't secure because of all the damage to the infrastructure. So he said basically throw all this out, and all these southern states shouldn't be counted. They're going to do shit like that. I just guarantee it. Also, they're going to be... because remember, it's a month to the election. I get the feeling that those U.S. troops are going to be stationed there for at least through the election, if not a long time.
And I'm getting there'll be new troops that are just recruited from the border.
No, I actually don't know.
Once you will then be in that area to vote in it and swing the vote in their favor.
That's true as well, potentially.
And if they don't, then it wouldn't be the first time that dead people have been voting for the Democrats.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know the veracity of this story, but I've heard it from my dad, who's like a Civil War historian. But I can never find information on it. And one of the reasons I might not be able to find information on it is because it's probably the thing that it doesn't get reported on a lot. But my dad has told me that when it came to West Virginia choosing whether or not to, well, at that point it was just the western part of the state of Virginia, whether or not to secede or remain in the Union in the Civil War, from what he's told me, that when people went to vote, the Union had already captured the capital, which would have been Charleston, I think, at that time. Or was it still... I don't know. I think it was Charleston, whatever. The Union sent a bunch of troops to the capital and said, well, you can go vote to secede if you want. We'll stand here and watch you. It's a little bit of intimidation, I'd say, right? A little bit of intimidation going on there.
Well, we can't hire the Pinkertons anymore because they're too busy working with the Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
For an emergency declaration. And I approved additional requests for the governors of North Carolina, Florida, South Carolina, and for a disaster declaration.
Yeah, my dad was technically a Fed. He worked for the Social Security Administration for 50 years. But it wasn't like a scary Fed. He just wanted to help old people. And then he got stuck at a bureaucratic job for forever.
To pay for debris removal, provide financial assistance directly to survivors. FEMA and the Small Business Administration are there to help the residents whose homes and businesses were literally destroyed, washed away, or blown away. And the federal search...
FEMA always does such a great job.
Working side by side with state and local...
Well, I hear FEMA's coming to help. I'm leaving.
Yeah, they've totally not
I'll
watched
swim my
anything.
ass somewhere else.
Conditions to find those who are missing. And they'll not rest until everyone's accounted for. I want to thank all the first responders.
Okay, you get the gist. What I found interesting about all this is that there's no number given. There's no number given about the money. We're going to send in the National Guard. We're going to send in a bunch of troops. Not a peep about aid in a real, tangible sense. How much money are you investing in this?
Why would you ever tell Biden how much money is going to be spent there, if anything at all? It's much easier to just not tell him, so if he gets asked about it, he says, oh, well, we'll have to ask about it later.
Yeah, probably.
Keeps him out of the loop. Because let's face it, he's just there now. He's just a fucking lump of dead flesh.
But here's something else Biden had to say. Oops, God, he's so out of it.
Tragic. Matter of fact, we're trying to get the exact number. My FEMA advisor is on the ground in Florida right now. There's a distinction between the numbers that FEMA's used and the ones that are used by the locals. So it really is amazing. You saw the photographs. It's stunning. It's unbelievable.
Stunning. You know, there's a lot of words you could use to describe the devastation, harrowing, sickening, stunning. Stunning.
Well,
and again, they hate you. They want you dead. Hey, of course he thinks it's stunning. He loves it. Because they're evil. They hate you. They want you. What's the Sam Hyde quote? And they think it's funny. They want your kids,
Diddled.
mutilated and raped, and they think it's funny.
Shouldn't laugh at that, but yeah.
Quote, the ghost of Kiev himself.
Such a wide area.
And we've given them all everything that we have. We're on the ground ahead of time, so we're working hard.
We're giving them all that we have. No numbers. No numbers. He still won't say how much money they're dedicating. We're giving them all that we have. Again, the U.S. has sent how many? It's well over $1 billion to Ukraine.
Oh, apparently a helicopter pilot's doing like rescue flights with his private helicopter. He's being threatened with arrest for flying into North Carolina.
Well, because what's having to happen is that private citizens are having to go in and help. Because the U.S. government, the Democrat-run U.S. government, hates people from the South. Because they're largely Christians, they're largely conservatives. They hate them.
Do not be surprised when people...
They don't care if they use a lot of blacks.
When people talk about
how
they need to reduce the fucking population and ship in you should not be surprised when they act upon it.
Yep.
Or sometimes that action is just inaction. It's just sitting back and letting nature claim people who've done nothing fucking wrong.
And when these people tell you who they are, believe them the first time. They hate you. We'll see if we can find some money, but we're giving you all we have right now. Uh-huh.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we've given them, we have pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet.
There it is. Is there anything else the federal government can spare? No. Remember a couple months ago when those Indians plowed their ship into the Key Bridge in Baltimore? And the feds were on that instantaneously.
And
that's a northern state. It's a Dem state.
Even though that should be covered by the insurance companies that
the state should be paying for that. And well, I mean, like the state, like I said at the time when that happened, they're going to charge you out the ass. It's not going to be $1 over the bridge. It's going to be $20 to go over the bridge now when they rebuild it. So the taxpayer's still going to pay not only for the bridge, both at the state level and at the federal level, but then they're going to get charged to go over the bridge. The bridge has always been a toll bridge. The new one, I guarantee, will cost way more.
Domino, $5. People saying that the first government agents on site were ATF.
Yes, that's what I heard. I can't. I've not seen that confirmed, but I also heard that. Yes, because of course they were. They are not sending. I mean, maybe some of the assistance there it is being sent for good reasons.
Someone thought to themselves, "Better make sure all the dogs are shot before they can drown."
Like I said, I think this is a form of occupation. Maybe I'm going too far. Maybe I'm going too far. Maybe I'm going too far. But how can you fucking? It's the U.S. federal government. You don't have a penny to send to people. Hundreds of thousands of people affected by this. Millions of people affected by this. At least 100 dead. Approaching 200 from the most recent numbers. Tens of thousands without electricity. As we are heading into the winter. Now it's the South, so it's pretty warm. But potentially no access to clean food, or to clean water, to food, to energy, to communications. And like, we can't spare you an extra dime. That's because they hate you.
Apparently, the Red Cross and FEMA have showed up on site and are not only they are confiscating donations made toward the rebuild effort and are breaking up groups of volunteers unless they've been specifically trained.
Can you send me that?
That's a forward through from Hodge twins. Hang on.
Oh, yeah. So they put out this fact sheet where they said what they were doing. It was 1,000 active duty troops. Again, now it's up to 3,600. But soldiers, helicopters, aircraft, high-wheeled vehicles, Army Corps of Engineers, temporary power teams. I mean, like, yes, like you do need to send in reconstruction efforts. 4,000.
They're basically breaking up any attempt to try and help if they've not been trained by United Way specifically.
Really? Let's look at this. Holy shit.
United Way.
They're a non-profit, aren't they? Pretty sure.
Yeah,
let's double check. No,
it's a network of non-profits.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you said it, I remembered the logo. The logo came up in my head, but
It looks fucking nefarious as shit.
Yeah, a bit.
Oh, formation, Denver, Colorado.
What does that mean?
Denver's got kind of a reputation
For?
sketchy shit. Lots like shit like the Denver International Airport, which is sketchy.
So I don't know anything about the United Way. I have nothing. I think I've donated to them before, even because they were raising money. Oh yeah, because they've done so with American Cancer, Big Brothers Big Sisters Association, Catholic Charities, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, and the Salvation Army. So yeah. I've definitely seen them around, and I think I've given them money before, because it's just it's usually like someone out there asking for money. You know, like he can have $1 for whatever. You know, sure. So this is from the Hodge twins, from someone named Alicia Schubert. I can't confirm this, but this is what she has to say. She says, Red Cross, FEMA, TEMA have arrived, and all donations that have been given to local high school volunteers have been confiscated, starting with the Davy Crockett High School. They're taking over all volunteer schools in Washington and Greene counties. In order for anyone to get donations that was given to them, they must be approved. All monetary donations have been taken, as well as placed into a TEMA account. If you are unaware of how that works, those items don't get all used for this particular disaster. Volunteers have been asked to leave, and was told in order to help, they must be trained by United Way. Okay, so that's for the volunteers. It's not for the, yeah. Please, I know I've already made a post on Red Cross and FEMA the other day. Red Cross has got a bunch, and both Red Cross and FEMA have got some sordid history. Look into them. Particularly FEMA, holy shit. But please, if you donate to a church or give to individuals. They cannot take supplies from churches. Hey, good point. I mean, well, at least yet, trust me, they will try. Church members will make sure donations get... I mean, I don't know if that's true, by the way. But I think that if they start taking... The federal government will be way more willing to take supplies from a school than from a church. Still, I don't know how true this is. I wouldn't doubt it. You know. So they're saying FEMA shipped in 8.5 million meals, 7 million liters of water, 150 generators. Only 150 generators it's not a lot. And over 2,200,000 tarps. I mean, they are sending in food and water. Saying they're going to try to fix the roads. But not really. Housing aid to impacted families. Oh, look what they're immediately. What is the Biden-Harris administration focused on? HUD housing. If you don't know what HUD housing is, it's largely used by Black people. I mean, but it's housing for impoverished people, and it is largely in the South. I don't know, but it has a bit of a reputation of being largely used by African Americans. I'll just say. So they're interested in that because again, they want the Black voters, obviously, but if you're a Christian or something, or you're conservative, and you're Black, well, then they want you to die. So, and they're pretty overt about it. Now,
think of all the ground that's cleared, all the buildings got torn down by this, so they can now buy up fucking pittance for Vanguard.
Oh right, that's when they did that. That other hurricane, remember? And
what better way to flex your bona fides as a god? Quite like letting the flood do the clearing.
FEMA assistance will include, can include one $750 payment to help with essential items like food, water, baby formula, and other emergency supplies. I don't know how they're going to determine that.
Or where some of these people are going to be spending it, considering there's fuck all in their regions. They don't even
right. Well, we'll get into that too, because these people, I mean, the stores aren't going to be open. And we're going to see that people, unscrupulous people are taking advantage of this disaster, including the Dems. But speaking of unscrupulous, Kamala Harris posted this. I just was briefed by FEMA on latest developments about ongoing impact of Hurricane Helene. We also discussed the administration's continued actions to support emergency response and recovery. I also spoke with Governor Cooper about ongoing rescue and recovery efforts in North Carolina. Our admin will continue to stay in constant contact with the state and local officials to ensure communities have the support and resources they need. Doug and my thoughts are with all those who lost loved ones and whose homes, businesses, and communities were damaged, destroyed during this disaster. Post this picture along with it. Do you notice anything?
Where is the cable going on her headphones?
Not to her phone.
That's because it's
not
a photo
to her phone.
Also, why
this is a stage photo op. Also, the pages are blank.
And also, why are you operating a phone on a flight?
Well, I mean, yeah, presumably this is Air Force One or Air Force Two. I don't know.
I'm not sure the protocol regarding phones on flights, but it tends to be
Well, no, that's different. This is Air Force Two. It does say Vice President, so yeah, it's Air Force Two. But like, what? This is so obviously staged. So of course Trump made fun of her and said, "Oh, they're fake. It's staged." Actually, who does the best Trump impression out of all of us? Probably not me, being the woman. But how's your Trump, Bill?
Another fake and staged photo from someone who has no clue what she's doing. You have to plug the cord into the phone for it to work. Biden and Harris abandoned Americans in Afghanistan. They sacrificed Americans to an open border, and now they have left Americans to drown in North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and elsewhere in the South. Under the administration, Americans always come last because we have leaders who have no idea how to lead.
I love Trump so much. He never ceases to make me laugh. Just the way he tweets is funny to me. I'm so glad he's back on Twitter, because I wasn't going to use fucking Truth Social to read his tweets. So anyway, this is another just a very embarrassing gaffe. I mean, what the hell were you thinking posting this? Yeah, I mean, obviously she's getting dunked on. Yeah. Your headphones aren't even plugged in, dumbass, yeah. Blank paper, yep. Gas station accused of price gouging after Hurricane Helene, charging $10 a gallon to struggling citizens. Now, who do you think owns this gas station, lads?
Some Indian or...
Wow! Wow! Who could have guessed it?
I know!
I know.
One more time, how much a gallon? That's all I want to hear.
Why are you taking a video?
How much is it a gallon?
Oh, some Indians?
Yep.
Of course.
Allegedly.
How much is it a gallon? That's all we
What? Yeah, he's taking a video, and? Why don't you just tell him how much you were doing?
She's flanked on both sides by a cadre of Indians.
Well, I think she's the owner. Or she's part of one of the people running this scam.
No, that's what I mean. Like, the people...
Yeah.
A good chunk of the people here are Indian as well.
So you're allegedly trying to charge him $10 for a gallon of gas. Now all of a sudden don't want to say it because he's got a camera. Oh no. Well, why don't you want to be filmed? You should be proud, right? Being entrepreneurial.
You want to know? You're filling gas, right? How much a gallon?
Welcome to tribalism.
Okay.
Put it on me. Pepe's grocery store in Augusta, Georgia. Sickening. I mean, it always happens. It always happens in emergencies and disasters like this. But I just... they hate you. You know? It's grotesque. And again, of course, it's immigrants. It's gonna make someone's gonna clip that, make it sound like I'm racist or something. No, of course they don't care. They're not from this country. They don't have any. They don't value it. They don't care about Americans.
Get what you can, get out. That's the
yes. That's it. Get in. Get your gibs. Get your welfare. Get as much money you can squeeze out of the American taxpayer.
Make the house
and get out.
Like buy a house for pittance. Do it up very very poorly and very slightly, and then flip it for 10.
Don't you love how the first actual example they get a price gouging and it's not white people? It's like every time.
After that long debate we had about it.
Yep.
So, Trump is coordinating with Elon Musk. Trump went down. Okay, so first of all, he actually has been visiting areas that have been affected by the hurricane in the south. Excuse me, hurricane. We're talking about the south. I got to use my southern pronunciation of that word. It's hurricane.
What's up, George Bush?
Trump. Hurricane. But Trump, of course, actually went down there to trying to help people out, try to get people Starlink.
Homes, hospitals, highways, and cars have been plunged underwater. Entire neighborhoods have been turned into lakes. Nobody's seen anything like it. And to every family that's been displaced here in Georgia and North Carolina, which has really been hit. We were going there also, and they don't have communication. They don't have anything right now. We're trying to. I just spoke to Elon. I'm getting him. We want to get Starlink.
Starlink.
They have no communication whatsoever, and Elon will always come through. We know that, and so we're working on that. Getting them
South Africans wrestling the world.
That would be possible. And we're going to try and get the Starlink in there as soon as possible because they have no communication. and throughout the region. Our hearts are with you, and we are going to be with you as long as you need. It's called an hour of need. You're in our prayers, and we pray to God. And throughout this long weeks, the long weeks that lay ahead, you're going to have a lot of work, but the end result is it's going to be good. We just wish so many people weren't
All right, I'm gonna let this
so
play.
badly hurt, and in many cases, sadly, no longer with us.
So do you want to know what the left took from this about and why this is bad? I didn't
Trump
know
is sleeping.
Bannon was there. That is actually one of them. We'll get to that in a moment. But the other one is that, did you hear a line that he said that they're very offended by? The people who are saying, haha, I'm so glad that that a bunch of conservative racists died. You'll be fine. Or you'll be all right, whatever he said. I'll play it back because I heard it again. They're very upset about this.
Why is that bad?
He's trying to be positive.
Conciliatory, yes.
As long as you need
an hour of need, you're in our prayers, and we pray to God. And throughout this the long weeks that lay ahead, you're going to have a lot of work, but the end result is it's going to be good.
That's it. The end result is going to be good. Or he said something earlier.
This is a from a sense about if all goes well and
right.
God being good.
But of course, they take everything out of context, and these people are evil. The other thing, though, too, is that he was sleepy, and I'm actually going to. This is just one. I typed it in because I remember seeing someone saying this earlier when I was looking for stuff today. But this is a Twitter account with like no interaction, but I didn't see it from just this one. I saw several people posting this saying that Trump fell asleep during this, and I'm going to show you Trump falling asleep because we have to counteract Trump. And again, this might be a parody account, but I did see people saying this, right? So this one might be a parody.
You mean like he just basically bowed his head in prayer?
Yeah. Here he is dozing off. Again,
but everyone else is praying.
This is obviously in prayer, and like I said, this is a parody account. But I did see people saying this unironically.
Parody accounts at this point are just they're no longer.
Well, yeah. What's the point? What's the point of a parody account? Almost like because it's left beyond parody.
Nothing can even be ridiculous enough.
Elon says, since the Hurricane Helene disaster, SpaceX has sent many Starlink terminals as possible to help areas in need. Earlier today, Trump alerted me to additional people who need Starlink internet in North Carolina. We are sending them terminals right away. Yay, let's go. Hey, nice. Good job, D-Day Cobra. This looks dope. Dude, that's awesome. Dude, Jeremy, fuck
Old
yeah.
world uniforms.
That's great. I like that. Cool stuff, slick stuff, neat stuff. Now, here's the next thing. Not only that, now I know it's not a ton of money, but, and we can look at this now actually because it's gone up since then, but I will put this up. It's the GoFundMe, because this did have the breakdown of it, but did a link to it? Here we go. Trump authorized. We are now at, within, what has it been? 48 hours, I think, of this being posted about that. $4 million. The goal was at $1 million, just to, and what do they, I don't even know what they want to do. Just offer any assistance to the people in need. $4 million. Now, big people who donate a lot of money, Dana White, Bass Pro Shop,
yeah, of course,
Kelly
Dana
Loeffler,
White would be.
Kid Rock, and Dan Newland. They've raised $1 million in 6 hours. But what do you think the Dems' issue with this is? Because of course they have an issue with it.
Let me guess. White men.
Kid Rock.
Well, I mean, obviously that's always the issue. But no, it's actually that. Why did Trump start a GoFundMe? Why didn't he pay for the? Isn't he a billionaire? Can't you just give them $10 million?
But what if other people wanted to do that?
Well, that's true. Maybe other people also did want to help. That's also true.
Yeah, so that's generally how that works. Is if you want to get other people to donate, that's like your group effort. Why is that bad?
Also, it prevents him using it as a tax write-off.
Yeah, or campaign thing.
Exactly. He doesn't get anything. He doesn't get the accolades. Besides him actually going there and talking to people and helping, he can't. And I'm going to explain.
It would be considered insanely gauche to declare how much you're giving towards something like this if you're a politician.
Not only would it be gauche, they would cry and complain about that too. And yet, as Charles asks here, wisely, what has Kamala done to raise money for the people affected? She's
every time she
the de
raises
facto
money
president.
when she's not.
Right.
Think about it.
However, You want to know why Trump shouldn't have given them $10 million out of his own private funds? Because you motherfuckers would complain about that. Remember last month when you were bitching about this shit? I remember. Holy shit. It's so frustrating, these people, because again, they don't care. They lie intentionally because they have no scruples or morals whatsoever.
It's just a big cyclical, dumb bullshit fucking cyclone. It doesn't have a real beginning or end. It's just an eternal fucking hurricane of slop.
This was not even a month ago. This was a week ago. 24th of September. It was supposed to be a kind-hearted gesture from the former president to a mother of three, but wild claims have emerged that Donald Trump broke the law when he took a $100 bill from his wallet to help pay for a Pennsylvania woman's groceries. $100. They wanted, remember this? Just a week ago, guys, they wanted to say, oh, he broke the law. He broke the law. This is breaking campaign law. It's illegal for a president to buy a vote, right? To hand out cash. He paid for this woman's groceries.
And
so yeah,
nice
and now they're like, well,
gesture.
why aren't you? And now they're saying a week later, because again, no scruples, no ethics, only lies, only power politics. They don't give a damn, and they hate you.
They're just hoping that enough time has passed with the
a whole week,
lockdowns,
yes.
That I argue that they have done enough damage to your attention span that it's just a continuous fucking 1984 stream of bullshit.
Yeah.
You don't look back far enough to notice the incongruities.
Yeah. Good lord. All right, what we got? Have to listen to this. Meanwhile, so again, why did Trump spend his own money? Trump spends his own money. That's illegal, you know.
You just don't hear about it because, yeah, guess what? Doesn't want the hassle.
So it turns out that while this is all happening, the Kamala Harris campaign sent emails from the Department of Health and Human Services, via the Department of Health and Human Services, sent emails reminding people to vote for Kamala Harris.
There's like a level of like tone deaf stupidity to this that I don't.
This is actual
even understand.
campaign violation shit, by the way. You are using a federal agency to email people telling them who to vote for. These historic reforms are a result of the Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law that Vice President Harris cast a tie-breaking vote to secure. The new law gives Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices like the U.S. Vet Affairs does on behalf of our nation's veterans and service members. Vice President Harris and I believe that healthcare should be a right, not a privilege. I encourage you to take advantage of these new lower cost benefits as a part of a stronger, better Medicare coverage that you deserve. Signed, President Joe Biden. Yeah, this is not a campaign email or anything. What the fuck? Sent this to seniors a month before the election. But Donald Trump paying for a woman's groceries. That's illegal. That's campaign fraud. By the way, guess what? Nobody cares. And this is offending them too, is because Trump is being treated like the president. Kamala Harris is not being treated like the president, even though she is the de facto one.
That's because she's a woman.
And because she doesn't act like it. And here's CNN coping it, but they have to. They have to cope. There's nothing else you can do.
As a former president, but almost as though he is a sitting president. As Boris, you just noted, getting a briefing from FEMA, getting a briefing from the National Guard. That is not something that is typically just offered to a candidate. They are treating him as though he is a former president who is there to help. And one thing that I had noticed earlier during our 1 p.m. conversation was that Donald Trump did not have that much to offer in terms of resources. Because
he's not the damn president. And if he gave them resources, you'd complain. You would accuse him of doing a crime like you did last week.
Don't get sucked into the pageantry.
Oh, I know it. I know. It's just, I know. It's just frustrating.
He is not a sitting president, but I will note that he and the campaign say that they have arrived in that area with trucks.
Okay, we're treading on ground. We get it. In other words, even they're like, they don't understand why he's getting updates on this. Why is he acting like the president? Because he is, by the way. That's why. So this was insane.
Oh yeah, I saw this. There's no one in hell that's alive.
They dug out the actual corpse of Jimmy Carter, who is supposedly not only alive in this video, but excited to vote for Kamala Harris. Here's Jimmy Carter. Oh my god.
He's not alive.
That's a corpse.
That's a corpse. Yeah. There's nothing you can convince me that's real.
What is this satanic shit? I mean, how am I supposed to see something like this and not be like, this is satanic, right? They have drug out literal corpse. That man is dead. And if he's not dead, he's not cogent in any way.
He's
I
got
don't
black
even think
blotches on the
that's
skin that are
He's
congruent.
three-
If you know someone who's got like black blotches, especially on the hands, get that person to a hospital because they aren't wrong. That's usually, if you see black blotches on the back of the hands, it's usually a sign of some kind of incumbent fucking heart failure. And this motherfucker has him on his neck.
I know. So we moved on to my general Democrat disasters segment, which is I'm just gonna let's play because I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. So just enjoy it. But this is well, you know what? I think it should be played all in one go because what is happening here is that the CNN or this is MSNBC, excuse me, are going to do a little struggle session with the children of January 6th protesters on how to spot radicalization in their parents. So because these kids are going through a struggle session, I'm going to put you all through a struggle session here for just a moment. I will be right back.
Work again. Turn in your father.
Well, the tip actually came in from before January 6th.
I remember this asshole.
Way more radicalized as
I thought that was a girl
time
when
went
he
on,
spoke.
following Trump and isolating himself more and more, and it was terrifying.
What were some of the signs you saw?
That's a fluoride stare and a half.
He was
Jesus
watching
Christ,
all
that kid's
sorts of
cooked.
Media that was terrifying. He isolated himself to online groups that were far right, radical.
Look, I was just shat itself the second she's left.
It scared me.
And then when you saw it January 6th, how soon after did you realize your father was involved that you had to act further?
It was while they were pointing guns at the doors of the house.
You saw him there?
He was texting my mom and FaceTiming her, and it was delusional.
Did you have any hesitation about
If
going
your father
further
was
than
apparently
he
trying
is
to
your
overthrow the nation, do you think you'd be this calm?
No.
No.
It was
it's easy to be when you're on
your
fucking
father
ketamine.
is like
Well,
you're treating someone like as if your father like is a dangerous threat to the state, and you're just interviewing him like it's casual. Like it's just seemed weird.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
because
I'm a binder.
because this is weird. And by the way, again, look, this is exactly what Hitler Youth did. This is what a bunch of these communist youth leagues did. It's always get children to rat on their parents because what works really well on children, or let's say, yes,
Candy.
well, yes, emotional candy. They do both financial
I think America fat candy probably was
and
better.
emotional, social. I'm going to call it love bombing colloquially. So if you rat on your parents, you're going to become a hero. You're going to become very popular. We're going to give you all kinds of stuff. Rat on your parents. And guess what? A lot of teenagers don't like their parents because they're fucking teenagers. You know what I mean? I'm in my rebellious phase. I fucking hate my parents. Yeah, okay. By the way, kid, when you're, 30, 40, 50, and you,
Provided you make it to that long.
provided, you don't,
You'll
talk
overdose
yourself
on
before that,
ketamine by then.
and you want to have a relationship with your parents again, I think you're fucked, and you deserve to be.
Oof.
Okay, here's how you avoid that in one simple step, which is don't be a disappointment to the woman who bore you.
Yep.
Saw him there with guns, and prosecutors said he lit the match of January 6th.
Of course. It was the hardest decision I've ever made, and it
You sound like you're
continues
barely
to
fucking
haunt me
awake.
today. But I don't regret it, and I still feel for him and my family.
Yeah, he's drugged out or something. Or he's on, I mean, they're all on SSRIs, aren't they?
Or is being paid.
Yeah, well, he's probably being paid.
His eyes are juttering around the place pretty badly.
No, yeah, I think he's on Xannies or something. He's like zonked out. They always put him on tranks, essentially.
You need to be pretty fucked in the brain on chems if you're going up on stage to admit to the world that you are a traitor to your bloodline.
I'm a traitor to my own mother and father.
And they're proud
Over
of it because it's the
nothing.
same shit as like Jonestown, where they're like proud of how little they've slept and how much they've worked and how much
know.
they've ratted on other people. It's just this massive fucking just sacrifices into the ether.
I'm gonna read some super chats here. Horwitz Feinberg and Horwitz for 10 says, I can hear heck of a job, Brownie, in Joe's statements. Yeah, for real. Dean Domino 25 for 5 says, I saw people posting that the first government agents on the scene are the ATF. Oh, we got that one, yeah. Lance for 10 says, a perfect verse for today, John 12:16. Now he, Judas, said this, not because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief, and he has kept the money box he used to steal from what was put into it. Yeah, it's always the case, right? Many such cases. Thank you, Lance. Binary Clips for 5 says, open historic map is a thing you can use to see historical kingdoms and their borders. I tried to use it on Austria, but nothing... Or Australia! Excuse me, not Austria. On Australia, but nothing happened. I mean, makes sense.
Check the Wikipedia page for the Finno-Korean Hyperwar. It has a subsection on Australia and its ancient civilizations.
Oh, yes, the Finno-Korean Hyperwar. Right. Yeah, look into the...
Before and after the Emu landings.
Right. This was, when was the Finno-Korean Hyperwar? Something like 5 million years ago, Bill?
I think so.
Frog Jupiter for 5 says, Spoon, do you plan to do a video on the collapse of Rhodesia or South Africa? I'm curious to what an African thinks. Also, Pinochet did nothing wrong. Damn. Helicopters for days.
Pinochet thing.
69 Otters also gifted 1 sub. Thank you. 1 membership, excuse me. Are you planning on making a video about Rhodesia or South Africa at any point in time?
No, it'll make me homesick and annoy the crap out of me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, CNN tried to do the same thing where they did a little struggle session with children, because it's the only people they can talk to anymore. I mean, that's MSNBC and CNN, the only people that they can have a conversation with are literal children.
Sesame Street does have significantly better writing, to be fair.
I just realized that's not even a joke.
No, it's not.
Here they are again. Have you ever seen the people on The View? They look like the fucking something straight out of Jim Henson's workshop.
Yeah. So here they
the
are
people
asking
on the panel,
10...
the people who still watch the show.
Both, yeah. So why would you ask 10 and 11-year-olds about their thoughts on Trump and Kamala Harris?
What is your opinion on these people who by the time you can vote will have been like, even if they took the slowest possible route to take their like next appointments, would be long gone?
Anyway, let's hear the responses from the kids.
What's the first word that pops into your head when you hear the name Kamala Harris?
Retard.
What's the first?
Damn, though.
Damn.
Liar. Like I said, that struggle session went with the... Right. Well, actually, hang on. One of the girls has some kind of base, too.
On here.
I know. But this didn't go as well as they were hoping. And I wonder why they published it.
Vigilated by someone who looks like a Roald Dahl villain.
Oof, yeah.
What's the word that pops into your head when you hear Donald Trump?
Pure evil.
That's 2 words, but pure evil.
There's no way in hell she thinks that organically.
Also,
no, because their parents have scared the shit out of her.
They didn't show her mouth moving when she said that.
Yeah. Oh, liar, Vance on fire is trending because Vance apparently lied about some stuff in the debate, which I figure is what we'll get through when we get through. But I almost am kind of like, I don't care if he wasn't completely accurate on stuff, and I'll tell you why.
I wouldn't trust a man who wouldn't seal a little.
and from what I can understand, they are like small lies. I would prefer people could be honest.
Meanwhile,
but he's a politician. Liar and politician are the same thing.
Conversely, Walz is implicated very seriously in the theft of a nuclear-capable howitzer schematic in the 90s.
Good God. I know about that. Look, I do want people to tell the truth. Obviously, I'm ragging on Dems not telling the truth. And intentionally lying. But I watched a bunch of clips from the debate, and I'm really failing to see like where the giant lies are, right? But we'll get into it.
Mostly in his book.
Which one do you think is more selfish?
Like selfish? Probably her.
Kamala Harris?
Of course. She's a woman.
Are, a little bit dramatic sometimes.
Told you.
Beast.
Even the kids. No. Let's clear out. No. What this means to us is what the matter.
I don't think she knows who they are. She's like, she clearly doesn't know who they are. She's like the lady, and then you just look at Kamala Harris and know that she's crazy.
That's the point, though. Like, so these kids don't know who the fuck this is. So their attempts at propagandizing to them have completely failed because their response is that's a bit much, isn't it?
Oh, Mancha's in the chat, and she says, to be fair, I was 11 or 12 when Trump was getting elected in the first time, and I would have had a similar response to that girl. Kids repeat what adults around them say. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why I guess these kind of little interviews are interesting in that sense that you can see how much kids just repeat what their parents say, but these kids don't know anything. You know, they're little kids. They're 10. They're 11. Come on. And I really...
They know as much as the average voter.
Oh, they're just repeating whatever I think her. Actually, her. I don't think.
how is-
It doesn't sound like she has anything about politics at all. Like she hasn't gotten that. So she's just looking at two pictures of people and be like, she looks like she's not trustworthy.
The girl's literally like, physiognomy though.
Yeah, she just did a physiognomy check.
Bust the calipers out. Something that check this whore out.
Oh, speaking of, I'm going to be on with Dr. Ed Dutton tomorrow. Speaking of calipers.
See, they said I didn't give you some layups for some reason you fucking mentioned.
Yeah,
I would like to get interviewed by him one day.
yeah, at 11 a.m. GMT. I think it'll be live. I don't know.
Donald Trump.
Oh, he does interviews like on webcast.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. That gives me hope then.
yeah, it'll be like a stream. You know.
Oh, I'd like to speak to him one day. That'd be fun. I feel like I could say some
Dutton's
base shit.
hilarious. Yeah. Well, oh my god, I talked about it before at the Whitan, and he's just, we're at this college campus, and the door is wide open. He's just going off about if I get out my calipers and measure skull size.
That's what I'm saying. Like I think he and I would get along very well.
Oh yeah, he's very entertaining and extremely intelligent.
She even
I first saw him on Dankula. I thought he was taking the piss, actually.
Yeah. So where's it? Hang on, sorry.
Mr. Trump to greet him before the start of the debate, which is pretty kind of when you're going against your opponent.
I mean, she shook hands with him. I mean, that's the degree where we're at. Oh, Kamala deserves props. This is what he's heard from his parents again. Kamala did it was so magnanimous of her to do the thing you're supposed to do by shaking your opponent's hand.
Exercise basic decorum and etiquette.
Yeah.
To be
that didn't
fair,
go
that
great
is
for
a
CNN.
challenge for her.
Yes. So
Especially the walking in a straight line part.
California just got rid of any and all requirements for ID in order to vote.
Well, I think I speak for everyone in the chat in the Eurozone when I say we know where our votes will go.
Apparently this happened back in March. I just found about it today. So, yeah. You no longer need an ID of any sort to vote in the state of California. Wonder why they would implement something like that.
Because they plan to cheat.
Well, what do you need an ID to do? I don't know.
Dean Domino's
Buy
times again for
liquor,
$5.
buy cigarettes, buy a car, drive a car, travel overseas, get on a plane, go check into a hotel.
Ask
Be
the
excellent in the state.
Explain to the police who you are when
Get a
you
job.
kill someone.
I mean, basically every single thing you have to do. Open a bank account.
Steal.
If you don't have an ID, you can't do anything.
Except cross the border.
Except vote, apparently. Except vote. Oh my god, it's so stupid.
Dean Domino for 25. Off topic, but you might want to take a wait and see approach to the new Atlas game.
Really?
Excited about it too, but seems localizers are at it again.
We'll get into that. I didn't know if that was happening to the Fatless game. I've already forgotten the name of it.
You just say Fatless
Is that a
game?
fucking
Yeah, so
it's a
yeah.
fucking ridiculous name on the damn thing. That's
No,
why.
I don't remember it being that ridiculous. I think what's it called? I've watched a whole bunch of stuff about it just the other day because I am actually excited for it.
It's called Metaphor Refantasio, and you're telling me it's
Metaphor
not ridiculous.
Refantasio.
Fuck yourself. That is the dumbest name I've... This is legit shit I expect from boss fights in Vampire Survivors.
Listen.
That's made by a fucking Italian.
Look, listen. The plot is that the king has died, and you're going to enter. Your main character's entering an attorney to apparently fight against other people to become the new king. As a monarchist, I think this is cool, and I want to play it, and also because it's a Fatless game. And it's called. I mean, yes, the dev is called Atlas Spoon, but everyone calls it Fatless because the only people who play Atlas games are morbidly obese.
Okay, so I
Don't
can't.
fuck with Persona fans. We don't actually play Persona games.
So here's a little flashback, though. This was what did it? Is this in this order? Hang on. Oh, this is about okay, so California gets rid of voter ID, and this is all, of course, occurring while we have there's all these apparently Haitians that they're saying are eating cats and dogs. And of course, the left's return has been like, no, it's never happened. One, they don't eat cats and dogs, and two, no, it's not a bunch of immigrants. It's all flooding into the country. It's all taken care of. Here's Kamala Harris outright saying a couple years ago that she let in over 100,000 Haitian immigrants. Okay?
Also, starting with our administration, we gave TPS, temporary protected status, to Haitian migrants, 55,000.
It was over 100,000.
And then more recently, we extended
right.
temporary protected status to over 100,000 Haitian migrants for that very reason, that they need support. They need.
So it's actually 150,000. Excuse me. They need support from the United States government to just be able to come in and then get money. Cool.
Good luck, everybody else.
Also, after 4 years, Kamala Harris finally visited the U.S. border. But before she could, she got dunked on by the National Border Patrol Council, which is their union.
That must be a rough meeting.
From Art Del Cueto, who said, after years of not just ignoring the problem, but helping create it, Vice President Kamala Harris has finally headed down to the border. This is nothing more than for her to check the box. It's been 4 years, and she's the border czar and has never once been to the border until a month before the election where she is running for president. With the big title that she then tried to erase.
The border czar.
Was border czar.
Yes.
And apparently Haitians are eating cats and dogs. She brought in 150,000 Haitians.
Should you be surprised when Haitians are eating each other back home?
Right. Nothing more than to
it's
check
a matter
the
of
box.
time.
Yep. But what it is in reality is a slap in the face towards the men and women who put their lives on the line every day, and also a slap in the face at the American public. Where has she been? Good question. Good question. Is this state or federal? It's National Border Patrol Council, if that's what you're asking. I think it's a national union. So, okay, what else we got? MSNBC gets fact-checked on Trump's economy in a really funny bit. Because, of course, this has been a strange little thing that's been happening for a while, where they keep saying that everything was terrible under Trump, particularly the economy. And I want to let this woman talk, actually, because she gets absolutely BTFO'd, and it was very satisfying. But I want to let her cook first. Right? She has to cook before she can get destroyed.
Your personal capacity today to talk about what you see in the economy and as a surrogate of the Harris campaign. What do you see as the potential impact after the election on this front?
I see huge. You were just asking me about disruption associated with storms and ports.
You're a woman.
Hey, Bill, real quick, physiognomy check.
Broken.
What do you think?
Are you saying that your items are bouncing right now?
I don't even know. Just listen to her. Do you have ears?
This is the former governor of Rhode Island, by the way, Gino Raimondo. Actually, Raimondo, she might be Hispanic.
President Trump, I mean, he is erratic. His plans on tariffs, I think, will be very, very negative for this economy.
How is your economy doing, you stupid bitch?
He's talking about a tariff on all imports.
They're also calling her Harris campaign surrogate, so she is here with the authorities who actually speak for Harris's campaign. Just let her cook. Let's see what she has to say. Talk about how horrible things were under Trump. Remember when you could actually afford groceries?
Didn't cost an arm or a leg.
Yeah, weird.
I mean, that's insane.
Is it?
That will raise prices of everything for everyone.
So she what she was talking about is Trump's going to put sanctions. Trump's going to put sanctions on things. Guess what? Biden has sanctions on things too. He took some away. He took sanctions away from. Ooh, you know who he took sanctions away from? Iran. Guess who just launched a really failed missile strike on Israel? Iran. And not just that, but I will get to this. I don't really want to. I don't care honestly about the Israel-Iran stuff.
Nothing
it was
happens.
crazy that they launched like 400 missiles, and 2 people died. And apparently, and they didn't even use the Iron Dome. They didn't even use the Iron Dome.
Oh yeah, from what I've heard, the Iron Dome isn't functional anymore.
They said it basically. What I read an article about today. They said it's basically too expensive to operate.
Yeah, it literally just
yes.
hosed on every
Israel did
fucking...
kind of say, could you make it a little cheaper?
Like, what do you expect? The missiles coming in are made from like 2x4s and goddamn old piping, and the countermeasure munitions are like $100,000 a pop missile.
And if someone gets offended by that, I'll get my Jewish friend Zephyr from from Cabal to come in and do the voice. He was doing it the other day. It was cracking
Even I thought
me
it was
up.
egregious.
It's so good. Yeah, Bill, you were like, why are you better at the Jew voice than me? And we're all like,
And then I looked
it's
up,
Zephyr.
like, oh, it's Zephyr, that'll be why. So, in my defense, I was
Star of David.
fucking annihilated
He
on
lives in Israel.
I was annihilated on Jen at the time, my defense. I just didn't check. Oh, wait, it's just Zephyr, that's why.
That's why. That's why he's really good at it. He has experience.
It'll also hurt our manufacturing industry. People don't talk about this.
How is
things made in America rely upon imports of
and you put sanctions on them so that they can't price gouge you. Yeah.
components and such. It's gonna lose. It's gonna.
And you try to make things. How about you try to make more things in America, like steel, like we used to. We used to be America used to be the.
You know what you should really make in America?
Nation of steel.
Voters.
Yeah. But anyway, it's economically illiterate.
It's cheaper to buy them in.
Yeah, it's cheaper to just to import millions of people, low skill, no skill labor, and also buy things from China.
Oof.
I thought you cared about the environment, but you don't give a shit because China doesn't have it, or India has no environmental regulations
linked that to
whatsoever.
me.
That's why they can
Speaking
make
of
stuff so cheap. Oh, and slave labor.
Speaking of no skill workers who have an incriminatingly high amount of clout, are we mentioning the Teamsters Union tonight?
Oh, what happened with that again?
We did
it last week.
Basically, the stevedores union leader basically just said their aim is to cripple the nation. What does that mention last week?
I think we covered it last week. The Teamsters Union pulled out their support for Harris. Yes.
Oh no, they're actually on strike now. They're talking about doing nationwide strikes.
Right. I didn't know they were on strike. Well, I forgot they were. I don't think we covered that they went on strike, but they did drop their support. They said no, fuck Kamala Harris. And they're one of the largest unions because Teamsters. I mean, that's people who basically
if it
make
involves
things function,
loading or unloading or moving
yes.
any goods, it is the Teamsters and the stevedores.
Yes. If you've ever played any kind of city builder game, you know how important Teamsters are.
Bill, I got a funny video for you. You can't play that on stream. It's kind of racy.
All right. Oh, okay. I'll get back to this then.
Jobs is going to raise prices on everything. It could kick us into a trade war with certainly China, which we don't need. I think every business.
We're already in a trade war with China, you ignorant slut.
God damn, that was rough.
I used to run a business myself. You want predictability, right? You want somebody in the Oval Office who will engage with you, who will listen to you, who will be predictable, who will be smart and thoughtful.
What a weird thing to say. You want someone who's predictable, as in controllable? That's what she means.
Easily baited into doing
What an odd thing to say.
That's what you'll get in Kamala Harris.
Yes, someone who's completely controllable, yes. Who will do anything you tell her to, exactly.
And her team, reason with her, lay out your issues, and you will have somebody who is not erratic, who's practical, who's focused on solving problems. I am so deeply worried.
Who's not in any way going to do anything about it.
Can I just say, it's bewildering that Rhode Island's even a state.
Yeah.
It's more than some
Very
cities.
tiny. Basically, yeah. Well, Bill, Guernsey's a country, technically.
Yeah. We've actually achieved a thing or two. Where are you at, Rhode Island? What you done?
I thought you were talking about population and land mass size.
Well, compared to its other constituent states of the Union, yeah, as well.
Are you looking it up right now? What's the population of Rhode Island? It's probably quite high because there's a lot of cities. Or a lot of large. What's the big city in Rhode Island? Even it's.
Total population is 1 million people.
Fuck, I can't remember. How many?
That is
2 million?
1.098 million people.
Oh, so 1.1. Yeah, I mean, comparatively to Guernsey, which is, 60,000? 70,000?
80,000.
Is it 80?
It would be fewer if we kick out all the fucking English people. Not to mention the foreigners.
Yeah.
I think it's quite stunning, actually, that you have 400 economists coming out
Stunning again.
And saying his plan will cause economic disruption.
Wow, a bunch of economists
Wonder what their faction
are saying that, okay.
Is that the new euphemism?
All right, how about this?
How many parentheses around this?
You're trying to sell this. I know this is CNBC, but you're trying to sell this to the average American, and you're saying that economists are telling them, the trusted sources, the academics. I don't think that credentialism is going to work as well as it used to after COVID. Just letting you know that. And by the way, the polling data supports me on that as well. People aren't trusting in institutions anymore. I know it makes you upset, but it's because you keep lying. Maybe you should stop lying. You can't rely on credentialism anymore. Versus what they actually felt and lived through in under Trump versus under Biden-Harris. Okay? People know it. They lived it. They can feel it every day. It's not... The only reason you don't, and that's why it always irritates me with these scum fucks, is because they don't feel it, because they're all rich. So they're like, I don't understand. I'm doing just fine. Of course you are. You're always a millionaire.
And I don't think it is at all an exaggeration to think that Trump as president would tip us into a recession.
Uh-huh.
We're
in a recession.
We're in a depression already.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, would you say, Spoon? But I mean, like, Trump's going to tip us into a recession.
They said this before and it didn't work.
But it's just fear-mongering.
Yeah.
Just 400 economists say.
The point is not to make a
economists?
point. The point is just to make it scary.
It's just to scare people. It's just to scare people. But the
Because
problem
it
is,
doesn't even need to
it's funny.
work. It just needs to be scary. Because once you can scare people, you can control them. That's just how
I
it
am
is.
seeing
When people are
more and
traumatized,
more
they easily
people-
manipulate.
No, you're right. But I am seeing more and more people saying this. I saw it all over Twitter today, and in a bunch of articles and comments and stuff that I saw people leaving on this. It's that, like, their strategy, the left strategy, seriously is just hoping that you weren't alive or cogent more than 4 years ago, and that you can't remember anything that happened that long ago. That is their entire plan here, because it's like, that's it. I keep seeing more and more people saying it. It's like they say, like, he's going to become a dictator. He's going to destroy the economy. He's going to do this, that, and the other. And it's like, why didn't he do it the first time, though? I'm seeing more and more people ask that question, which, of course, we've been asking the entire time. But that is the question. Why, if that's who Trump is, then why didn't he do it the first time he got power? Why? Does it make any sense? Because it's not meant to. It's just fear-mongering.
It's not meant to.
This is the
Again.
economy.
Because of the tariffs alone?
Yes, I do. Because of the tariffs alone, I think he's talking about, depending on the day, of course, but he has talked about a 60% or 100% tariff on goods coming in from China.
Mm-hmm.
That alone, I don't think we realize the disruption that would cause.
You mean that the U.S. government makes more money and maintains its trade relationship with China? Yeah. Sounds like a good thing to me. Who else is China going to sell to? The U.S. is basically China's #1 trading partner. Not basically, it is. China wants our business. They're going to keep paying. It's just like how Mexico would have paid for the wall. It actually makes sense if you have any... Look, just read Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics. You'll be better off. But then again, black guy. Ugh. Ooh, ick, right?
Anything about economics basically gets you kicked off of gigs working on the left.
Yeah.
So that's anti-American. That would disrupt our economy, global economy. So I think
That's what you really care about,
because
right?
we're
The global economy.
Sure. But also,
Uh-huh.
I think, look, we have had a soft landing, okay? Inflation, we haven't slayed it totally. It is on the way down.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
Predictability. And what
Control,
we have in hand
yes.
is
Read control.
chaotic. Based
Read
upon
unpredictable. I mean, not read uncontrollable. Excuse me.
That the tariffs, but last week he said a 200% tariff on John Deere. Where does that come from? That will only raise prices and put people out of work at John Deere.
John Deere's already
it is way too
Wait, why? I don't know why he said that about John Deere. Is John Deere doing all their manufacturing outside of the U.S.? Do you know why then he was probably proposing? I don't know this. But
John
if
Deere moved
that's
all
true,
their manufacturing out of the country, that's why.
if John Deere moved all their manufacturing out of the country, that would be why Trump proposed it. I'm guessing that's
And again,
it.
John Deere is at the luxury end of the market for...
Yeah, but it's also an American company, and if they've moved their manufacturing outside of the U.S., yes, put a 200% tariff on them so they'll move back. That's the point of putting a tariff on an American company if it's operating outside of the U.S. in terms of its manufacturing, in terms of selling its jobs and transferring them outside of the country, is to bring the jobs back and the money. It's called The Art of the Fucking Deal. That's why he wrote the damn book. He is playing the political game. You don't win by just capitulation, doing whatever people want, printing money better go brr. God Lord, they're so stupid, man. It gives me an fucking headache.
When we've had surrogates on for the
But here she's about to get owned, so.
for the Trump campaign, they have said that he doesn't really mean any of these things. They would just be tools for negotiation.
Then why does he say them? Why would I believe that? He says it. He's doubled down on it. He
Yeah.
repeats it. By the way,
Evil Author says John Deere doesn't make it in the country anymore.
Seems like you kind of forgot that earlier. Yeah,
Here we go.
That he did put on were continued by the Biden administration.
Oh.
No recession.
Oof.
Real wages were actually. Stock market did well. A lot of very positive things happened. Record low unemployment until the pandemic. So it's just weird to act like it's a complete wild card. What kind of president he would be when you've got.
This is why I brought this up.
What kind of president he would be.
That's why I mentioned what I mentioned earlier, because I knew this guy was going to say that.
But
damn, she just got absolutely wrecked by this guy who's sitting there in front of a NASDAQ sign. Clearly has some clue about the economy. And it's like, well, wait a minute. All of the sanctions or the tariffs that were in place, most of them Biden kept forward, except for the one on Iran. Kept a lot of those sanctions
Trump
and tariffs
actually
up.
even said that during the debate. He just said like one of the main ones they kept on is China because it was bringing in so much money.
Yep. Damn, dude, she just got completely
almost like these
PTFO'd.
terrorists will actually significantly like fill in the deficit each year.
Yeah.
And Kamala Harris has been vice president for 4 years, and we've seen exactly what kind of vice president she would be.
Right. What have you seen? You've seen more manufacturing in this country
Seen an
since any
open
time since
border.
World War II.
I've seen real wages go down.
Real wages have gone down because of no, they'd be like,
Let 'em
"Ooh,
cook.
wages are up.
Let 'em
Wages are
cook.
up."
Let her cook.
Sorry.
That's not true.
Yes.
What's not true?
I just don't agree with that.
Real weekly.
Oh, what a giveaway! There it was. I want to play it again.
Notice there's no factual backing. It's just I don't agree.
She says, "That's not true." And then he said, "What do you mean it's not true?" And her response is, "Well, I don't feel that way." This is what it always comes down to with these people. Every single fucking time.
It's
just the woman.
Yes. Well, that's not true. Where are your facts? Well, where are yours? Well, that's just how I feel. At the end of the day, that's where it comes down to with these people. Oh, this is how I feel about it. I don't give a shit. I'm a statistician, for fuck's sake.
Again,
Where's your data?
Crime.
That's not true.
It's not to convince you, it's to convince idiots.
I just don't agree with that.
Real weekly.
I don't agree with that.
Average weekly wages are still down from when Biden came into office.
When Biden came into office, we saw sky-high unemployment.
Why?
But
inflation.
prior to that, but before the pandemic, it was 3 points.
You can't discuss this. You can't discount the Trump administration. You can't say the economy was great during the Trump administration if you somehow exclude the pandemic and then turn around and say...
What was he supposed to do?
That is a really dumb idea when, first of all, the way that the wages and the employment was done on a state-by-state basis. That is not the job of the federal government.
Trump left it to the states.
That's the stupid.
Trump
By the way,
left it specifically to the states. The lefty states locked down to extreme degrees, destroyed their economies, and in doing so, the U.S. economy at large.
But by the way, I know Americans, I know this is going to piss you all off when I say this, but the reason why your country is in the shit is not because the federal government is too strong, it's because the federal government is too fucking weak. It doesn't actually do its job. And the reason why is because your states are also shittily run, because you can think, well, these handful of states have done really, really well. Yes, but then these other shit ones where you get crappy people in charge, people like California, for example, where you need to essentially locals can essentially decide the federal elections when you can say, I can just do whatever the hell I want. I can get illegals to vote, which is technically not legal.
Yes, they just California has said, yep.
Yeah, so
the federal government's power being clutched together from a myriad of different eras of increasing power doesn't quite have enough clout in the right places to function properly. There's a weird cancerous mass. And it's as a result of that being built up slowly, it's like visceral fat in a body. It builds up in the organs so they can't do the job.
Yes, and you guys need to understand your federal government is not the executive branch.
No, most Americans really just don't get it.
Aware of that. Yes,
the real power is
even though we have to take it, we all have to learn civics in our basic education in primary school.
That's not how it's
almost
actually
no
run,
Americans have any idea practically. They just don't think about it. Because the president is the figurehead, right? He's the de facto king. So everything gets blamed on the president, for better or for worse. That's just how it works. I get that part.
It is quite funny to me how Americans, the only election that Americans give a shit about is the president, and the president does not have anywhere near as much power as Congress. Congress runs the fucking United States. Yep. The executive, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't mean shit.
I think that's very optimistic. I think that Congress and the Senate, there's no actual fucking power there apart from their backers who pay them to...
But that's the thing.
Yeah, but they're the ones that essentially greenlight the legislation.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, but who props these people up, who make sure that they're in a position to keep their power.
Yeah.
It is
No.
middle management, It is civil service.
It's the permanent civil service. I agree, but in the sense that if you were to look at like basically like who just green stamps them, that's where the power is. Just in terms of like that function. In terms of like who's actually running the regime, it's not fucking Congress. Like it's money and.
When IPAC has more fucking like hands in pockets and people have got asses in seats.
Yeah.
Every single person but one in Congress has a fucking IPAC handler.
Yes, that's why I think if you actually, if America runs the way that Americans actually think the government runs, the president would have way more power than you have now. Like 100 times. He would make FDR look like a bitch.
Again, it's just it's a scapegoat technique. Both sides do it to a certain extent, but of course the left always with the Trump derangement thing is so. I mean, it's been out of control for so long. It is very funny, but it's also, again, when people tell you who they are the first time, listen. And they've been telling and screaming at us who they are and what they think and believe for a very long time now. Trump just made it a little bit more out in the open, but they've always been like this.
If you want to do the pandemic, fine. But prior to that, the economic policies resulted in a very good economy.
But then you can't then say, well, the economy was somehow terrible to the Biden administration and pretend the pandemic didn't happen.
Part of the inflation that caused real wages to be down is from the pandemic, but piling on all the stimulus and all the spending is what really exacerbated that situation. Just we've seen both presidents.
None of those things were related to the pandemic.
I just don't think you can say it's going to immediately be a recession when that didn't happen the first time.
Okay.
I mean, that's the real point. That's the fucking point. Like, they have no response. First of all, they're like, these two idiots are just dogging on him, like jumping on him, just my pandemic, my pandemic, my pandemic, my pandemic.
His ass. They just
without
he just
understanding. Yes, he did. He completely whooped them, and they have nothing now. Like, oh well, that's that segment over. We have other things to talk about now. We do.
Let's give it 10 minutes to go to the weather so that the one of our guests can reel her asshole back into her body after it being pulled out through her throat.
Nice.
Speaking of sanctions and tariffs, though, yes, as well. So, of course, like I said, I'm not going to get into it, but... oh, right, this is funny first. Hang on. Harris has asked how to get more money without raising taxes.
Stop spending
I would
as
like you to guess what... This is Kamala's plan for the economy.
Did she start by saying, I'm in the middle class?
I actually don't think she started this time. Maybe she does. She probably talks about herself for a bit. It all leads together because she can't stop talking about herself for 5 seconds. But
if your policies were that shit, I probably would as well.
Chat as well. Put in the chat. What do you think Kamala? It's a very short clip. It's only 30 seconds. But what does Kamala Harris propose that we do so the federal government has more money, because it really needs way more money. Without for all of these programs she wants to make for extending this federal child tax credit, for doing all these social welfare programs she wants to do. How do we do that without raising taxes?
And then judging by her a history with plagiarism, tariffs.
Let's see what she has to say.
It's not. It cannot be. No way.
Expanding that child tax credit, or you mentioned housing before, giving that extra money for a first home. If you can't raise corporate taxes, or if GOP
can't raise
takes
corporate
control of
taxes,
the Senate, where do you get the money to do that? Do you still go forward with those plans and borrow?
Well, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes. And
oh, I see. Well, those of you at home who work for corporations, hello, I'm Bill. I'm from Guernsey. You'll be seeing me soon.
How do you make money printer go burr without raising for all of your stupid social programs without raising corporate taxes? Raising corporate taxes.
And we're going to have to make sure that the biggest corporations and
it just doubles down. She has nothing else. Just.
Well,
how are you going to do
without? Remember where
me?
she is. She's audibly plastered.
She's so drunk. Oh my god. Okay, so again,
I'm gonna need that other edible before I go through this. Hang on, give me a cover for me.
As I mentioned, Iran attacked Israel with a bunch of duds. But it appeared that the White House knew. Iran is preparing to launch an imminent ballistic missile strike on Israel, according to a White House official. This was posted on the Telegraph before it happened. So the White House knew about this attack. I presume also so did Israel then. I don't know. Just putting it out there. And Biden, who, as I said, lifted sanctions on Iran, now all of a sudden is considering putting them back on. Isn't that weird? Remember, I thought sanctions were so bad. Tariffs are so bad. Biden, he's a good guy because he lifted them. But now Iran tried to bomb Israel. So back on the menu, boys, I guess. God, I just hate the hypocrisy. It's so...
Iran has gone way way off course. We're going to put together a joint statement. Hasn't been done yet. It will be done before too long, probably by the time we land. And there's going to be some sanctions imposed on Iran.
Some sanctions imposed on Iran. The ones that put in place by Trump that you killed. Here's some also aged like a fine milk. Oops. Here we go.
Is done.
Here we go.
The world.
This from 2020. Here's Biden about Iran talking about Trump 4 years ago.
The world has changed because what Trump has done. And the American people, including independents and some Republicans, know how bad he is, know how much he's misrepresented, know how he's getting close to getting us in a war. I said, as the walls close in on this man, I'm worried he's going to get us to war in Iran. Unfortunately, I may have been right.
Trump's going to get us into war with Iran. I'll lift the sanctions, then they're going to go bomb Israel. Holy shit. This is a fine milk there. Delicious. Also, this also aged well. U.S. sent a plane with $400 million in cash to Iran. This was in 2016 under the Obama-Biden administration. They legitimately sent a plane full of cash to Iran. A fine, fine milk indeed.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Nor do I. The Obama administration just gave Iran $400 million that was shipped literally in cash on wooden pallets, stacked with Swiss francs, euros, and other currencies, as the first installment of a $1.7 billion settlement resolving claims at an international tribunal at The Hague over a failed arms deal under the time of the Shah.
Being this kind of shit makes me want to rob the state.
I know. Dear Lord. Hillary came back to double down on her deplorable comment. She's like, don't worry, it's not like the Biden-Harris admin looks terrible. She's going to come back and double down on her deplorables comment, which, by the way, she previously walked back. She claimed, so she, at one point in her post-commentary, she admitted that the characterization was an unfortunate choice of words and bad politics. It appears to be consistent with an apology issued during that campaign, as Clinton
the way that that's the only thing. It's like, it's bad optics.
Yeah, it's just bad optics. Right? There's no bad tactics, only bad targets. As Clinton made clear during her second debate with Trump, however, the former candidate has reversed course. She says she now feels that comment was not only valid, but didn't go far enough. She claimed her deplorables comment got an important truth.
Which is that you are an absolute bitch.
Yeah, just look at everything. Because again, she's talking about the people who are struggling and suffering in the South right now. They hate you. Just look at everything that has happened in the years since, from Charlottesville to, always on about this, to Jan 6. The masks have come off, but you want to put them back on.
By the way, can I just say, like, in the 8 years that Trump has been in public, you have two instances.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even make it on the fucking local news if it was left doing it.
Yep. The masks have come off. Oh, they sure have. And if anything, deplorable is too kind a word for the hate and violent extremism we've seen from some Trump supporters.
You fucking ridiculous bitch.
I know.
I wish things were that cool.
So.
What a ridiculous bitch.
A little bit more, and we'll get to the debate top of the hour.
Like
Hassan Piker.
Oh, what are they doing now?
I'm coming to kill you. In the ring, right? No, in real life.
Did Sam Hyde do something against them?
No.
Oh.
He had another lefty on his show, and he wanted to show, I don't know, this guy, he's just some leftoid, I don't know anything about this guy, but he's some other, like, commie-adjacent leftoid streamer. I don't know this guy from Adam, okay? I've never seen him before. I don't know his name.
Why does Hassan look more and more metrosexual every time he's on camera?
I don't know. He paints his fingernails and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He looks like a homosexual.
Well, yeah. But So he has this other lefty streamer on, and he decides to show him a Houthi musical. Now, if you don't remember, Hassan also interviewed some Houthi terrorists, and his big question to them, when you get this chance to interview these actual members of a terrorist organization, was, do you like One Piece? The anime? Yeah, brilliant political commentator. So, but you're going to see this other leftoid guy.
To be fair, I would actually be curious if they did like One Piece.
That's true, but
I don't know how you can like One Piece.
I mean, they're pirates, so right. Yeah.
Well, that's I guess that's a joke, but I mean, if someone knows anything about One Piece, I'm not sure how you can still, read it because it's just info wars on manga for.
But of course, we know Hassan Piker famously said that America deserved 9/11. He's very proudly supported Islamic terrorism, terrorist groups, I should say. And he had his other leftoid friend over, and he wants to show him this cool Houthi music video. We're gonna watch the music video.
Saudi deal. You did? Oh yeah, me and XQC both. Oh no, damn, nice.
Or maybe he's not a leftoid. He's just some kind of other Twitch streamer, I think.
A Houthi musical? Sure.
Or a Houthi musical.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Musically gifted individuals.
Okay, I'm sorry, I need the money, guys. I'm gonna grab my food.
Making a major world war. My heart longs for Mauser rifles and assault rifles. By God, I forbade myself this life. Ask your excellencies and your highnesses. Ask the military hordes about us. Just walks away because it's fucking Hassan. But look at this guy's face, though. We do not care about the homies, but look at this guy's face. Hassan, as usual, just walks away while this is playing. And this other guy just sat here
the man holding the bag.
To watch this fucking terrorist recruitment video that he has called a musical.
I literally put this on and then fled the room so that the only person on screen would be this guy.
This dude, look how uncomfortable he is. He looks.
That's the face. Am I about to get swatted because of this?
Yeah. He comes back with food as always because he's constantly eating.
The man's on the juice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, obviously. You can't.
What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. No. They do they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Well, they do enjoy beating women, much like Chris Brown, so it does check out.
They are a very musical people. Just a terrorist recruitment video. Look at this poor dude. Again, I don't know him at all, but
it's equivalent of that Gogglebox joke.
So uncomfortable.
Oh, everyone loves a bad boy, though, don't they? And the other guy just has his look and discuss, like, yeah, mate, not a fucking terrorist, though.
Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Hey, dog, you think I made
He looks legitimately like, am I gonna get arrested?
Am I gonna? We probably, because I think maybe he's not political. That probably would explain why he's so like, oh my god, what are you? I'm gonna get in trouble. You're showing me a terrorist video.
I'm reminded of when every now and then we'll be talking to Commie Mark and he'll bring up Stalin in a positive light. It's like,
But it's like they're talking about killing people in this video with guns and tanks and stuff. And
to be fair, I long for the days of Mao's. It's like, yeah, I do too, motherfucker. It's Heckler and Koch. I can't afford that shit.
Can't support that shit. But this poor dude, he's just like, oh my god. And Hassan doesn't even. He can't. He's so low IQ and so politically brain rotted, and so evil that he just looks at this and he's like, it's a musical. Isn't it beautiful? Look at these musical people.
He legit has less reaction to this than someone
he walked away from it.
Legitimately less reaction to this than someone like Catboy Cammy, like looking at like full bore, like racist shit on a medal with people.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time, and they love.
You were going to say jihad, then struggle, then actions.
They love walking
over like the American flag and the Israeli flag side by side. They will always like march on it. I'm surprised they haven't done it yet.
And this is supposed to make that better for this guy?
He's talking about it like it's just some shit post video he's seen.
I love how they do musicals where they... Yeah, it's propaganda, bro. Even his chat is like, dude, what? This...
And the loss of Live Leak really did a number on society, didn't it? Because normally this is the reaction I expect from people who watch Live Leak.
Yeah, maybe he's just watched too much live. But like Hassan has no reaction to this whatever. This guy looks terrified.
He's saying they do not care about the heavy missiles. Like they will literally take the war to them no matter what.
He's talking about it like he's talking about something in BattleTech.
Oh, for sure. Oh my god.
Dude, this poor guy, we're talking about people getting killed. And and Hassan just like, yeah, it's awesome. Like, I really like when they kill people and then they step on the American flag. It's really based. It's very musical.
You know what? I also
Dog.
I also took a McDonald's sponsor and I drink Starbucks. I'm sorry. Don't hate me. Good job.
It really is like two gay dudes in a fucking like a sitcom, in a modern sitcom.
Yeah, it's very bizarre.
But someone's edited out what they were watching to be like the most heinous shit possible.
Yeah. Let's see what we got.
Four Lions is apparently a fucking documentary.
I know, apparently. Okay. So this happened a couple months ago. I mentioned it at the start of the stream. Which is that, this happened, this is the video from, actually this is from 3 years ago, a couple months ago, but I think we talked about it. So, Just Up Oil activists throw soup all over a Van Gogh painting hours after other eco-fanatics jailed, I don't know. So then they were wearing these sweaters, and they take them all off, and by the way, they super glued themselves to the floor, also.
They stopped doing that after some people lost fingers.
Are you ready to hear her? This woman here. I think this is the Pamela or something. No, she's the P. I think she's the one in question we're going to be looking at, because they've been sentenced just recently, and it's very funny.
Demanding an end to new oil and gas, something which is now government policy. After sustained disruptive actions, countless headlines, and the resulting political pressure, future generations will regard these prisoners of conscience to be on the right side of history.
Oh, shut up, you annoying faggots.
And, also, as everyone asks with these people, what is throwing soup on a piece of artwork from 200 years ago? Is Van Gogh that old? Is it 200 years? 150?
More than that.
200? Is it? how long goes
Van
Van
Gogh
Gogh?
died in 1890.
Okay. So, 100, I said 150. I did 150. All right, so that's about right.
Yeah, that's when he's
Yeah.
active.
All right. So, okay. Well, what is...
Also, if you're going to critique something from the Dutch during the 1800s, I can think of a lot more pressing issues than Van fucking Gogh. I should think maybe, like, the Dutch East fucking India Company is a bigger fucking target.
Oh, was my icon covering the other guy's face when we were watching that video of Hassan? Sorry. I'll post it here. But you just take my word for it, but I'll also post it here. If you want to see the tweet. So you can watch his reaction for yourself. Here, I'll pin this.
Some black dude, our demographic makeup of our audience suggests that they can't tell the difference between two of them. So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
But, you know why I think I actually just figured it out. It just hit me. I realized why they want to destroy paintings. I figured it out. This is an oil painting.
Yeah, I thought it might be that.
They're that dumb. They are that dumb.
Isn't behind glass?
Yes, the painting itself is behind glass. However, this is also an antique frame, and it is not.
And more importantly,
the frame was damaged.
I suspect that the majority of these paintings are actually duplicates. And this entire thing is just some kind of fucking money scam.
No, I mean, maybe. They're not supposed to be. But according to the museum, yes, it was... I can't believe it, but that has to be it. That's why they throw soup and shit on paintings, because it's an oil painting! That's just like the oil that is bad, right?
What was a signifier of the start of pop art? The Campbell soup.
Right, yes. Oh, right, okay.
It's symbolically a triumph of modernistic horseshit over the classics.
But if this irritates you guys, I do have some good news. I think that's it too, yeah, against the classics. Yeah, they like their modern art. So, Plummer is her name. Phoebe Plummer. That's the horrible woman in that video who's spouting platitudes, nonsensical stuff. So, where this gets interesting, she's been sentenced. They all have been. She got the longest time, because I'm going to explain... By the way, she had a prior conviction or a prior incident where she'd been arrested for basically blocking traffic. But I really want to get to Phoebe Plummer because it's very funny. Okay. Or the sentencing. Now return to your individual sentencing. Yes, is this it? Make sure I have it. She represented herself in court. This is the main part of it. I just want to find the interesting part of this document. She represented herself in court, and while she was there, here it is. Okay. You have deeply held convictions about climate change and other matters. You're perfectly entitled to them, of course, but you have evidently decided that your beliefs entitle you to commit crimes as and when you feel like it. They do not. I have read with care the pre-sentence report and other mitigation materials provided to me, all now uploaded to the sentencing section of the relevant digital case file. Now, again, an interesting thing to point out here, she chose, like I said, to represent herself. Bill pointed out, I thought Just Oil would have given these people lawyers, because they've got a shit ton of money, because they're backed up by huge, other sources of funding, because they're an arm of left-wing politics. So I don't know why she wasn't provided a lawyer. The only thing that I can think is that she just thought she probably was given counsel, paid counsel by Just Stop Oil or some other lefty org, and they told her, shut up, here's how you're going to behave, and she told them to fuck off, because she wanted to use the courtroom as her soapbox, because that's exactly what she did.
She's buying the actual bit rather than just playing the along.
Fell for it. You have represented yourself at sentencing hearing as you did in both trials. You delivered your own mitigation.
In this situation is, I'll fucking do it again.
I love this. I was treated, if that is the word, to a lengthy exposition of your political and ideological views, not only about climate change, but also about a variety of other matters. I can only imagine. You are entitled to your views and are not being punished for them. You're being punished for committing criminal offenses. But I do repeat that when I said at one point, and I interrupted your address to the court, the suggestion that you and others like you, convicted by juries of your peers following fair trials in a democratic state under the rule of law, are political prisoners is ludicrous, self-indulgent, and offensive. It is offensive to the many people in other parts of the world who are suffering persecution, imprisonment, and sometimes death for their beliefs in places neither democracy nor laws are to be found. Perhaps one day you will come to realize that. I fear that day is some way off yet. Based judge. I mean, like, how... I don't blame him. She went into his courtroom and used it as a soapbox. She didn't even apparently defend herself, from the sounds of it. She just went in there and just complained about climate change, which I'm sure she doesn't understand. She just repeats shit she's heard before. And yes, the painting itself was not damaged, but the frame was. Yeah, the frame. Somewhere in the region of 10,000 pounds to repair.
Because guess what? When you repair something like that, you need to be able to disassemble. You need to carefully disassemble it so it doesn't leak through onto the painting, damage it.
So this, I can't really play too much of this because it's an SNL skit. I think so. Wait. Here it is. Here's the actual skit. I'm gonna keep it muted, but you can kind of guess what's going on. Are there subtitles? No. So it's like the communities are struggling, stores are closing. So by the way, real shit that is affecting Americans. This is real. I mean, the economy is struggling. So Saturday Night Live puts this bit out, because again, the only people who watch Saturday Night Live, all 5 of them, are liberal coastal elitists who hate you and who hate the poor. And so they're not affected by this shit, but they know they're supposed to care, but they can joke about it because it's funny to them because they're not affected, right? Shuttered businesses, empty parking lots. You got a Kmart, and then it's like, but guess who's here to help save the day? This is the joke, such as it were. If you're not American, you might not know this, is that every October, there is a store, they're pop-up stores. They usually take in spaces, like empty spaces in malls or vacated stores that are closed. It's called Spirit Halloween, and they just sell Halloween stuff, right? They sell Halloween costumes and decorations, and they're sometimes really huge stores. So basically the whole thing is just like, we're Spirit Halloween, and we'll come in for a month and to your destroyed town and bring back business for 30 days or a month and a half or something. That's the joke, right? Well, Spirit Halloween responded with irrelevant 50-year-old TV show includes dated references, unknown cast members, and shrinking radiance based. Good. I just like to see it.
Imagine getting rinsed by Spirit Halloween.
I know, but again, it's just like they hate you so much they can't control it. That they even have to mock. I mean, if the Spirit Halloween was there, there would be nothing there. How dare they? How terrible of them.
His question: why was there nothing there to begin with? Usually because leftist policies have shuttered those stores.
Yes. So this South Suburban Dalton mayor, Tiffany Henyard, has been evicted by her house after owing $3,350 in back rent. Now, you may remember this woman once you see a little bit of her. She doesn't pay her rent, so she's getting evicted. This was the mayor who drove this little town into massive debt. $3.5 million in debt.
This is one who's also using public funds to harass her competitors.
I don't know if it's the same woman, but even Lori Lightfoot had to investigate this shit. Even she was like, that's too egregious. If we don't investigate it and get this shit under control, it'll make us look bad. Apparently last year they were $7 million in debt. And so now they're happy that they're only down to $3.5 million.
Is that mayor that was illegally harassing her opponents?
Was she?
With the police and shit. And was...
Oh, yeah.
The one with the weave?
Yeah.
Well, you'll know her when you see her again. You can see her there, but I'm going to play a clip from her.
She's an evil bitch.
She is an evil bitch. And I just want to play this clip in particular because it's very ironic. We've watched clips of her before because she is insufferable, and she talks with that very African American vernacular English. But let's just talk. Let's be real. She talks ghetto.
What I truly believe, trust me, is that you in particular want to decrease the fines because you got tickets on your house for the high grades.
You want to decrease the fines because you don't want to pay them. Weird that she didn't pay her rent. I just want you to hear her bitching at this woman at the council meeting. For a town that she drove into massive bankruptcy, complaining about saying you don't want to pay your rent.
Yeah, because when they went against her, when they wouldn't vote in favor of something she wanted passed, she literally just pulled all the financial support for the city.
Yep. Well, she's gonna cut your grass on service, right? So you remind me of Trustee Valerie Stubbs that put in an ordinance because she didn't want to pay fines on her rental properties. It's the same thing. You guys only pick and choose things that's beneficial to you guys. That you want to talk about this?
Wise words.
What's missing is a new film in the background, so I can know I'm missing something. You know.
Just right. Couple of things, then we'll get into the debate. Woke game companies are destroying themselves. It's very fun and cathartic. So there's a game development engine called Godot, which I hear everyone pronouncing as Godot. Maybe it is.
It's Godot.
It's Godot though.
As in the play.
As in waiting for. Godot game engine faces backlash after its moderator censors users who criticize its woke post on social media. So here we go. Again, this is a game development engine.
Premium.
A popular open source. So it's also open source. Controversy began on September 24th when indie developers shared footage of their game Windstorm, built using Unreal Engine 5. This prompted user, to comment on X, claiming that woke studios using pre-built engines because they cannot build their own. On September 27th, Godot's Twitter account responded with the sarcastic post encouraging indie developers to showcase their woke games built using Godot, saying apparently game engines are woke now? Well, then we won't complain, rainbow emoji. Show us your wokeot games, or woko, I don't know, games below. Controversy deepened when reports emerged that users who criticized the post were being banned from unofficial Godot-related Discord channels by a moderator called Xanax. Clearly Xanax. And the person banning them was this person, allegedly the community manager, more involved with the banning. Nat, she/they, Murder Veggie, who also calls themselves obnoxiously queer.
Well, the face kind of says it all. You didn't need to.
Yeah.
That is literally the fucking shitpost meme, profile of these assholes.
And then it got to the point where, as Grums, I don't get triggered, Spoon, but Grums, he's there. There he is. Mark Curran he's on the page. I'm joking, Spoon. Spoon. Did he die?
As he died, he has died.
Oh, and Spoon. Shit, I hope not. We got a lot of stuff to go through. With the fucking debate. Well, Bill, you're not supposed to go into work tomorrow anyway, right?
Technically, I shouldn't be going in, but I would like to get paid eventually.
Yeah. Professor just got paid. So this Xananex guy who's their community manager.
I said the N-word an awful lot.
Said the N-word a lot of times. He mostly says it as the sand.
And
snow. No, so he uses it as a slur against non-blacks, which is interesting. Right. Oh my god.
Also using it in circumstances where it would normally require a soft A, but it's blatantly using a hard R.
Yeah, drama isn't created by Godot, who just made a nice tweet to serve as cool indie games. The drama is created by reactionary, insecure cowards who have nothing better to do in their day than to shit on something they are unconcerned with. I think they actually are quite concerned with games. They feel persecuted because other people exist and are visible. Well, you're making them invisible by saying that by blocking them and and deleting like posts and stuff. Yeah, you are making them invisible. Anyone who disagrees with anything you say. These people's cowardice. How is it cowardice? If you're the ones who are being cowards, you have to delete everything. And small-mindedness. If you see anything that disagrees with you, you have to delete it. It's a danger to everyone. They are the filth of humanity. Told you they hate you. I love how they always tell you. It's great. Banning them is a kindness to everyone, including themselves. That way they can continue to pretend the world is only made of cowards like them and not subjected to people that are different. For me, the only problem of this tweet is that it doesn't happen every day, so more of those imbeciles can be banned. They should be doing these tweets every 30 minutes, and anyone who has a problem with them can fuck off to oblivion and then fuck off some more. And anyone having any slight issue with it here can fuck off too. To not have mode drama, it's very easy. There will be no more drama the day those drama queens stop getting their panties in a knot around anything that doesn't concern them. See something that doesn't concern you in any way, just do your best to be a normal human about it. Wow, that's interesting coming from you. And there will be no drama. You have no right of speech here because I consider your speech to be toxic vomit. If you think inviting queer people to share their games is politics, yes, clearly. You are a toxic piece of fuck, an evil human being. Oh, the irony. And I want you to feel disrespected and to fuck off as fast as you can. Good luck. Here's your community manager.
Again, community managers are all part of a weird little leftoid clique. If you see someone who's qualified to be a community manager, just assume they're the scum of the earth, because they usually are.
Well, they apparently fired them, even though they said it was a fan Discord. Because remember, like earlier, it said this was a fan server, an unofficial server.
If I can get fired because of shit I say on Twitter, then and these cunts, the cunts who are in specific support of such things and doxing people, should be held responsible for the things they say.
I don't know if they doxed anyone, but they certainly were just being assholes. But see, right? Originally, it was an official one. Funny, when I looked, it was featured prominently on their website. See, this is again where this unofficial official thing started to get confusing, because now they're saying it's an unofficial Discord, but this person says that when you went to their website, it used to be prominently featured, right? Oh, hey, this person follows me. Neat. Boop. Oh, now they are trying to dox users. They are trying to dox users by forcing them to send their Gmail email when applying for an unblock. Well, I don't know if that's doxing, really.
That's you're trying to fish out.
Well, why do you need their email? Yeah. Why do you need their email? Godot is just blocking devs on Twitter. They are blocking them on GitHub, preventing them from getting engine updates. So people who are using their engine are now being blocked from being able to access it if you say anything that they don't like. Great, fantastic, lovely. Oh, by the way, they are actual literal commies. Here's the guy in charge of the project. This is the founder. He said, encrypting save games, why? Because the world today is not the world of yesterday. A capitalist oligarchy runs the world and forces us to consume in order to keep the gears of this rotten society on track. You're talking about video games!
Also, you are in charge of a platform used to make these games. You are the slop pit from which the slop is doled out.
As such, the biggest market for video game consumption today is the mobile one. It is a market of poor souls forced to compulsively consume digital content in order to forget the misery of their everyday life, commute, or just any brief free moment they have that they are not using to produce goods or services for the ruling class. Oh my god.
I'm guessing
This is some
history
trust
wasn't-
fund kid from.
Yeah.
I mean, they
You can
always
always
are.
tell when it reeks of trusty.
Yeah. These individuals need to keep focusing on their video games because.
Spoon is definitely awake because he's replied to someone in the text chat.
Spoon, what are you doing?
You lazy fuck. Then start talking.
So is he in the chat but won't. Spoon? I don't understand, guys. I don't
Yeah, I'm
know.
not sure how long
I don't know
that
why.
was.
I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I don't know why he was talking in chat but not on stream. Are you muted? I don't know. I don't know.
Shut up, mate.
Okay, I'll just continue. These individuals need to keep focusing on their games because not doing them will fill them with tremendous existential angst. So they go as far as spending money on them to extend their experience. And their preferred way of doing things, doing so is through in-app purchases and virtual currency. What?
Spoon aren't even speaking.
Oh, no, Spoon, we can't hear you. That's why we keep asking you. Anyway. I thought you fell asleep. Yes, but we can't hear you. Do you want us to... I know what we should do. I'll just keep going. So it's a new game called Unicorn Overload. Has a free demo release. After playing it, I can say quite confidently that the localization is abhorrent. Here begins the thread with numerous examples. So, first of all, they changed the difficulty settings. In Japanese, you can see in English it says Casual Tactical Expert, which has been changed to Sweet, Normal, and Hard. You wouldn't want to say casual and hurt somebody's feelings. God, it's so gay. They have now changed it to Story after, apparently, some backlash. Spin, what are you, are you working on the thing? Spoon. No, I'm wondering. I can't
Post
hear
it in
you.
the fucking actual chat we're in, you nonce.
We're also in a chat. Okay, he's trying to figure it out. Okay. Just double checking. All right. So you can see some of the examples. Yeah. In Japanese it says, I think fighting Renault with our current strength would be difficult. Casting the gauntlet at Renault's feet would only send us all to an earlier. A lot of it's like just clearly the localizer just is trying to sound eloquent. So, Joseph, I leave the rest to you, is translated as, my faith and more lies with you, Joseph, I only pray it's enough. And farewell is translated as, farewell. And you can see it just, sarabata, right there. Sarabata. Farewell, and may the heavens guide you. I can get a little bit behind this, okay? I get a little bit behind, being a little, going a little bit extra. But this is crazy. You worried about Scarlet. It's translated to, all the worrying is going to kill you one of these days. Let me guess about Scarlet. Like, it's just... I'm trying to see some of the other ones. It's this, they've turned it into this very gay, flowering horseshit. Yeah. Get your vile claws off me instead of get away. Let her go. What business would you have with Scarlet Unander this instant? I'm trying to see some of the... There's a bunch of, like, weird kind of woke shit in here, too. But
This is how male feminists think.
Yes.
Talk.
Allusions to animals for some reason. More specific examples. There was a weird one. Yeah, where was this? Where was it? One where there was one I saw in particular where it was very strangely changed just to have a little girl boss section. But there's so much of this. I don't want to spend too much time on it. But I mean, yeah, I'll post the thread if anyone wants to read through it. Oh, yeah. Here, this is it. It's like, Joseph, I'll be fine. You should go lend your strength to my mother. This is what the little kid's saying. And then in this one, he says, why are you just standing there, Joseph? Aren't you going to help her? Like, it's just rude. Why change this? This is clearly not the translation. They're just fucking making shit up. And here's the thing, guys. I'm pretty sure they are making shit up because I'm pretty sure these people don't speak Japanese. Some of it is political. We've heard that time and time again that some of it is political.
I guarantee 90% this is just like chat GPT, please translate.
But I think they genuinely don't speak Japanese, and I'm going to tell you why I think that, because they admit they don't. Or more or less do.
They frequently admit they don't speak Japanese.
Yeah. Yes, we've gone over that before, but here's this woman, Blob, who is very angry that people do speak Japanese and English and point out their errors. She's very annoyed by this because it makes it more difficult for them to fuck up.
Not only that, but when you're subtitling, everybody can hear what they're saying. And you have a lot of people, especially young people like millennials and Gen Z, who got really into Japanese through anime. So they started learning a little bit of Japanese. So they are very loud on social media when they hear something and they're like, wait, that's not what the subtitle said. These people don't know what they're doing. And it's like, no, you guys, like, you know, this is a skilled profession. We know what we're doing. We didn't change it to spite you in your Japanese 101 class.
The fucking arrogance. One, you do it to spite. We know we've seen all this Sweet Baby Ink shit. We know you do this to be spiteful. You hate gamers. You say it all the time, these types of people. You and your little Japanese 101 class. You're the keeper of the keys of a language now.
Sounds like colonization to me.
Yes, only me, fat, bespeckled, danger hair femoid. I'm the one who can tell you what Japanese really translates to. You can't possibly speak a language that millions and millions of people speak. Your little Japanese 101 class. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, because what I really want to hear is like, oh yeah, here's the arbiter of the Japanese language, someone who looks like a cross between Kyle's mother from South Park and Linkara.
Oh fuck, damn, that hit. Damn, that was, wow, very accurate.
Like, this is actually what they said, you just don't understand the challenges of it. Not only that.
This is what they said, you just don't understand the challenges of it. You mean changing it to fit some political narrative or something.
You don't get how much we get away with it. This is the entirety of this book. It's just bullshit. It's just if you ever want a great watch the documentary by Orson Welles. Last thing I ever did, F is for Fake, and it's about the art, like faking famous artworks.
Well, while we're waiting for
most of these experts are just fucking swindlers.
Oh, every time. Well, we're waiting for Spoon to figure out his mic stuff. I'll keep going because we can start the debate. I don't know. Rings of Power has introduced a very awkward kiss scene. So in this, Elrond kisses Galadriel. I'm not gonna play the music because it's copyrighted. But I don't know how much you know about Lord of the Rings, Bill. But do you know why this is really weird?
The consanguineous nature of it?
Considering that Elrond marries Galadriel's daughter?
Yeah.
Celebrion?
No.
It's like, and they don't know. They don't fucking know, and they don't care. They've spent so much money on this show. They supposedly brought in Tolkien experts and stuff. And you can't figure out why it grows people out and why this is weird. If you know someone at home
who calls himself a Tolkien expert and has a little like plaque and everything, most of them are not going to hold up to 10 minutes of scrutiny. And you should beat those people with socks full of nickels.
Yeah.
Preferably to death.
Yeah.
This is my endorsement of violence. This is not a joke.
Damn. Okay, still waiting for Spoon. So a couple other things also before this makes sense, before we get into the debate. Anyway, so JD Vance was actually turned away from a Primani Bros. Now, this is the section of the stream where either way, whether Spoon was here or not, I really want him to be here because I want to show him this sandwich. Spoon, if you're there, I'm going to show you this sandwich. And I want to show how good this sandwich is. Primani Bros, for those who don't know, is a local sandwich chain shop that's based out of Pittsburgh. More or less. Pittsburgh area, right? In Pennsylvania. So JD Vance was not allowed into a Primani Bros in North Versailles. But seems there's no hard feelings, allegedly. NBC, yeah, sure. This is a local paper, by the way. So it's from the area. Photos and videos posted on social media, including a report from NBC News, shows Vance interacting with a small crowd outside the sandwich shop after his surprise visit went awry. Here he is outside of the Primani Bros. After showing up at the Primani Bros, a restaurant worker told the press that the cameras were not allowed in. They did not want a campaign event. Now, by the way, they're sure if it was Kamala Harris, they'd be fine with it. Restaurant worker told the press that cameras weren't allowed. They didn't want a campaign event due to some online outrage, including calls to boycott Primani's. Vance left on a conciliatory note. We paid for everybody's food. We gave them a nice tip, of course. So again, so he paid for everybody's food in the rest. He shows up, pays for everybody's meals, and leaves a big tip. Back says no taxes on tip, referring to a proposal by both presidential candidates. It's all right. Don't hold it against them, the workers. She just got a little nervous, but it's a great local business. Let's keep supporting it. Without any advance notice, campaign stopped and caused some momentary confusion for our staff. This is the Primani's CEO who's saying this. However, Senator Vance and his team were welcome to our restaurant shortly after and engaged with our guests inside on the property. Okay, so in other words, it's a fucking nothing burger, or in this case, a nothing sandwich. Sounds like they didn't want him let him in because it's like a lot of people or whatever. And I can get that. I can get behind that. I think it probably was a little bit political more than anything. It's J.D. Vance. If it was Kamala Harris, I'm sure it would have been fine. But I want to show you Primanti Bros sandwich. My favorite one. I want to find my favorite sandwich. But let's see if we can find like a spread of sandwiches.
Here. We've got time limit.
Huh?
We're on a time limit here.
Do we?
Yeah, because I've got...
What?
Well, we've already lost Spoon.
Well, I think he's trying to come back. I don't really know. It's very difficult to tell. He's still in the call.
No, I think he's just being a lazy fuck. It's African.
I'm gonna show you a Primani Bros sandwich though. Look at this. Look at this. There he is. There he is.
I knew that would flush him out of the
Look, Spoon, this will wake you up. Look at this sandwich.
That is an abomination.
That looks like it's ready to settle down now.
It does look like it's ready to settle down, to be fair. Oh my god. Oh, I love the Primani Bros sandwich is the best. It's got chips. Oh, excuse me. It's got
paid
fries.
for this fucking endorsement. If not, shut the fuck up.
I love the look. Just buy. Let me have a sandwich for free, Primani Bros. Fuck yeah. The corned beef. Is this corned beef or is this roast beef? I don't know.
Roast beef.
I think it's roast beef. Yes. The
cheese,
the chips, the slaw on that thick ass bread.
I just took a hit of cast strength red breast. God damn, that packs a punch.
There you go. How do you think that's a lot? Look at this one.
Damn, that is a nice whiskey. Not as strong as
look at this one.
Okay.
That's a double decker, son. Oh my god.
Tell me, Chad, okay, everyone at home, remember all the times that Aiden gave me shit for making a chip sandwich because I'm POV. And here she is, glazing for these motherfuckers, not a single dime in a pocket for her, doing it for free. Fucking glazing for these assholes.
Because I like Primani Bros.
Because they put roast beef on a chip butty. Fuck yourself.
I have come to learn. I had them in the U.S. and I thought it was a little extra, but I have come to learn that yes, a chip buddy is good. Okay.
Thank you.
I also like toast sandwiches now, so I mean.
Yeah, because I cook them in goose fat.
Yeah, it's really damn good. So anyway, so basically, maybe it was political, maybe it wasn't. Who really cares? They did a thing. Ooh. Vance went to the sandwich shop, bought people food.
If I may play a devil's advocate, chances are like the manager probably wasn't there, and the people who were in there going like, "Can we not make this a thing, please?" I'm not sure if we're allowed to be even in the shot.
Well, guess who did make it a thing? Brain Dead over here.
Isn't he up on charges for punching someone recently?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Sticks.
No, Sticks as well. But he also punched. Who was it? He punched out. I think he punched out like a valet or something.
I don't know about everybody else, but he has been one of the handful of people that have been surprisingly sane on the Democratic side, which is kind of weird.
Mm.
Yeah, like depending on what knock to the head he's on in a given day.
That's the most normal he's looked in a photo in quite some time.
His alignment just shifts around wildly.
Yeah.
He's just trying to dig out that vision. Because I swear to God that I've seen a post that Fetterman's coming up in charge for lamping someone.
You do realize there is no way in hell Aiden could eat that amount of sandwich in one sitting. What you just saw, Aiden would eat for like 10 days.
I've seen her struggle to eat toast.
Yeah, I would eat. It would take me. It would take me overweight to eat that much food. Yeah.
It would take me an afternoon.
I know. So Shrek here, in response to this, rather than, I don't know, waiting for more information to come out, because of course not, because he's literally brain damaged, said, yes, that's Primani's. That's my Primani's, 3 miles from my home. Primani's has never been about politics, just about fries and slaw and this legendary sandwich. Only a true jag-off. You are not from Pittsburgh. Oh my God. This is such...
I like the way that that's the thing that you take issue with.
Because this is Pittsburgh. This is a Pittsburgh-ism, right? Jagoff.
Who cares? He's saying keep your points at the fucking sandwich.
He's fronting.
Because he's fronting. It's just like when Kamala Harris adopts a different fucking accent where... and he's like,
that's the
you made this about
Okay,
politics.
it's the MO for the left. The MO for the left is this. Get someone who's retarded enough that when they blatantly lie, you can just blame it on incompetence.
Sandwich.
Ignoring, you can lie as much as you want because you've got some idiot to be a go-between.
Yeah.
Sandwich.
Yes. Okay.
Food.
So, I'm going to do a couple more things, then we're going to get into it. Watch as much as we feel like it. I really liked Seamus's take here. Freedom Tuesday says, Tim Walz only reminds liberals of a father figure because we've had 40 years of media that represents dads as goofy, bumbling dorks. If it reminds you of your actual father, I can only offer you my condolences.
I've been thinking that
shit.
Tim Walz is like what Homer Simpson would look like in real life.
I love goofy, bumbling dork.
He's not wrong. I mean, think of
He's not wrong.
Everything from like Modern Family onwards.
He's more Peter Griffin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, he has a
Walz
retarded son. That's Chris.
Yes, true. Also, apparently he lied. He said that he'd been to China like 30 times, and now he's saying, actually, it was closer to 15.
And it's deeply related to another incident when
To
he's accused
his
of
possible ties to the CCP? That's now also come out?
Of course.
Chairman Comer is subpoenaing... I don't know how to say that word. Subpoenaing.
It's subpoena. So
Yes, a subpoena. Subpoenaing. It's hard to say. Because it sounds like penis. Subpoenaing DHS after whistleblower reveals information on Governor Walz's ties to the CCP. According to recently revealed whistleblower disclosures, we've learned of a non-classified Microsoft Teams group chat among DHS employees and additional intelligence reports that contain information regarding a long-standing connection between the CCP and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Specifically, through whistleblower disclosures, we've learned of a non-classified Microsoft Teams group chat titled NST-NFT Biweekly Sync that contains information about Governor Walz that is relevant to our investigation. We've also learned that further relevant information regarding Governor Walz has been memorialized in both classified and unclassified documents in the control of the DHS. Today, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena to the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for intelligence reports, documents, and communications in its possession related to Gov. Tim Walz connections to the CCP. Oh, how strange that among the many lies that Tim Walz constantly tells about his life, the one he chooses to walk back recently is that, I haven't been to China more than 30 times, like 15 times. I wonder why. So, again, before we get into it, time to look at a couple of the melties first. Because the mainstream media can't defend what happened in this debate. It was a disaster for Walz. He got absolutely shredded.
Everyone knew his ass kicked, though.
It seems that they knew that, and this reaction was anticipated.
Of course,
because no one,
react.
Right? But the fact that they're all kind of like, yeah, he sucked. I've got the few examples I could find of running defense. It's not a lot. So why I bring this up is because I think it goes back to something I've been saying now for several months, which is that they want Trump to win. They do. So that they can complain. They still are going to have a whole bunch of institutional power, of course. They're going to kneecap Trump as much as possible, and they're going to be able to cry victim.
Deliberately fucking up everything as much as possible to leave him a giant mess.
Yes, because they want Trump to win. Yes, I think so. It is in their best interest for what they actually want to do, and to push forward all of their cultural agenda under using fear and terrorist tactics. That's what they always do. Fear and terrorism. They're going to do that under Trump. They need Trump. And also, Trump makes them money. So they get to do everything that they want. They get to terrorize the American people and scare the shit out of them. They get to galvanize people into doing whatever they ask of them, really. And they get to make a lot of money while doing it. So, yeah, of course they want Trump in.
There is no doubt in my mind, however,
here's Geraldo Rivera.
Governor Walz did in terms of sincerity, that Vance won this debate.
Does Governor Walz have a problem with the truth?
No.
They were talking at one point. Vance wanted to correct something about
Fucking
how
Cuomo?
Haitians got into this.
By the way, listen to this
And
bit.
he was-
This bit is really, really
Insane.
good.
It's unbelievable.
His punchline at the end here was fucking glorious.
It was. And here's the thing about this ended up becoming the kind of breakout moment where the
Flavors,
leftoids are still kind of...
This is the best thing that Cuomo has said in like 10 years.
I know.
This
But
bit.
this whole part of like this Haitian thing is that basically the way that the debate was structured is that the moderators weren't allowed to interject with quote unquote fact checks. So the leftoid cope has been like, oh, they just don't want any facts. No. The reason there were no fact checks is because it's clearly one-sided. They never fact checked the left. This is CBS News. What was it? It was who did it before? NBC or CBS?
MSNBC was the one who lost the friggin' minds.
Yeah, it was right. Well, I can't remember who hosted the last debate, the Trump-Harris debate. But yeah, I mean that's why they said
NBC,
no.
I think, isn't it?
You can't fact check, not because
I think
they're
it's
going.
NBC.
Not because they're afraid to lie, though. Yeah, it probably was. Not because they're afraid of being called out on lies, but because there has been a clear pattern of behavior that even anyone basically not totally insane was like, wait a minute, that's not really fair. It's not one-on-one. It's one-on 3 plus a whole media fact-checking team that are sitting there going to grill you on everything that you say. That's not fair. The moderators should not be jumping in to fact-check you. It's a debate. That's not how debates work. Okay? Classically.
Right. And the moderators wouldn't let him correct it. It's very interesting.
But at the beginning, the two issues driving the campaign right now are Harris has a big deficit.
Then what's happened is they cut off his mic when he tried to talk about it. They quote-unquote fact-checked him. This is about the Haitian migrants. And we just saw, again, Kamala Harris let 150,000 of them in herself, braggadociously. They cut off his mic when he tried to respond.
On the economy, Harris has a big
Looked
deficit
very bad.
on immigration, and Republicans were happy tonight, and Democrats a little bit nervous that on those two issues, Vance carried it.
J.D. Vance is much more experienced at this.
Yeah, when you have Cuomo, Tapper, all of these losers saying that Vance won, it's because they want him to. I'm telling you. They love having a chance to be persecuted and making money at the same time.
I'm kind of annoyed they don't play the rest of the Cuomo clip. Because Cuomo...
This is just I just pulled this up because it's a compilation.
The line that he gave was he had to go to the moderators and he said what you did is you made a story and you made it about yourselves. Like, ooh, that's a good line.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he said that.
It's like, ooh,
Yeah,
that's
it
a good
was.
shot.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I just found this compilation and thought we'd just look at some of the reactions.
Speaking at defending himself, at pivoting.
It's the audacity. I
shut
agree
up,
with you
bitch.
that we're in year 9 and no one knows how to cover the audacity.
Mm-hmm.
The audacity is that someone should have said, "Stop it! Stop! Are you effing kidding me?" And they should have dropped that F-bomb, right? I mean, they should have just. This is a debate. This may be the only chance people have to see the difference.
Yeah. So that was. I did have more of that one though. Is it just that part of the clip? I forgot it was here at the end.
We're looking at live
But
images.
you can see obviously that what's her name, lesbian, is upset. But yeah, because MSNBC was like the closest that you got to defense of it. Because of course it was.
Governor Tim Walz and his wife.
But of course it was lesbian and
Pizza at.
what's her name?
This is a place on 10th
Which
Avenue.
one?
I think I know this place.
What's lesbian's name? Lesbian haircut.
Other folks around, but they're
Rachel Maddow.
is paying for the pizza.
Huh? Sorry.
Rachel Maddow.
Oh, Rachel Maddow. Sorry. God, when they actually fucking talk about the debate, fucking A, get on it.
Tonight. Okay. Let me just say this, that debates are about performance and they are about policy. And
No, they're not.
why this debate was very important is that there are many Americans out there, not just moderate Republicans, they're base Democratic voters that are saying they want to and need to hear more. Now, I think it is very fair for people to want to criticize those base Democratic voters and say, well, what more do you...
Oh, yeah, look, lady...
Bitch looked like she was built in Roblox.
Lady... I'm telling you this.
Tell your parents that you. Someone needs to tell your parents you're not allowed to bind people's skulls anymore.
Looks like an Egyptian,
Sandra
what
Simone,
was
I
the
think. She was Bernie Sanders' campaign manager, actually.
what was the particular line of Egyptian kings that had the
Nubians.
No, it was a very It was the ones who brought in the sun god cult, where they all had really long heads. They think it was some kind of genetic deformity.
The Yakubian thing?
No, not like that. This is real history.
there.
This is real. It was the someone in the chat, I'm sure, knows it. What I'm talking about. But they had like real long heads. Lady, I'm going to tell you for your own benefit, wear a wig, because that head shape. You got real alien head shape. Yeah, xenomorph physiognomy.
Bitch looks like level 3 Freezer.
Do that, but that is their lived reality.
Akhenaten, thank you, chat.
When their votes, you have to meet them where they are. There were so many niceties on that debate stage tonight. I am just kind of like, well, if you agree so much with J.D. Vance, why should they vote for you? I fully believe that Governor Walz went out there tonight and did what was practiced in debate prep. Did what the strategy was that the team put together. That was not the Governor Walz that I had seen out on the campaign trail. That's not the Governor Walz that I had seen during the Veep stakes, right? That was not the J.D. Vance that I know to be true. I mean, goodness, J.D. Vance was on that stage. He was sorry about Amber Thurman. He was sorry about a lot of stuff. We get things wrong, but do you agree with the policy? And then I just, that's not the Margaret and Nora that I know. Margaret don't do that on Sunday morning. So I just think
so you live in a fantasy land, is what you're telling me.
How are you talking so freaking quickly, woman? Come the fuck now.
Well, I do have it turned up. I can turn it down.
Oh.
But what I got from that is I live in a very strange leftist ecosystem and bubble, and I have no idea what either of these people are like, because I've been shown a very, very curated version of both of them, and then I had to watch them debate, and it turned out that reality didn't match the propaganda I'd been fed. Weird.
I think that I know that there's so many people out there that want normal. They want normalcy. They just want, just be able to just disagree with. Oh, you said a lot of things I agree with. This is not a normal election.
Do you understand what their irritation is here? J.D. Vance said things that were just so obvious and reasonable.
It came across as a bipartisan.
That it came across as bipartisan, and even they were like, when they were exposed to it, again, actually exposed to it, and not just a villainized, demonized version that they've been fed within their echo chamber. It's like, wait, I don't hate the things he's saying. They seem reasonable.
Because they're on pure emotion.
Yes.
They're actually starting to crumble on the screen.
They can't think outside of their emotions, so when they see something it's outside of their propaganda, they have a meltdown.
J.D. Vance is actually not Paul Ryan, and Donald Trump sure as heck is not Mitt Romney. Okay? And what happened on that debate stage tonight was not enough contrast, was not clear enough for people sitting at home, or frankly, who will probably consume this through the clips in their local news or here on MSNBC or on social media, to distinguish and make a difference. Sure, people.
Hold on a second. My pause.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you're just trying to say is he sounds too normal to be Republican. That's what you
what
just
was
said.
it? What was that? What was that clip where was it MSNBC or was it CNN said that that's our job to tell people what to think?
Oh,
remember?
It was who's the twat next to him? He sits next to Mika Brzezinski.
Joe Scarborough.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I actually think it was Mika who said that.
No, he was correct about one part. J.D. Vance is a lot of lying, but everyone doesn't know that J.D. Vance is lying. There is somewhere right now.
Where are the lies?
A TikTok creator putting up a little clip talking about how, yes, Donald Trump saved Obamacare. Right. There was no one there to.
Donald Trump carried through on Obamacare, by the way. So yeah, and if he saved it, it's by improving the economy.
So I think that
I don't think Obamacare should be the case, because it's actually kind of fucking abysmal. You don't have an option.
Walz got better on the counter block and tackling in the second half, but still.
Actually, if you want to say, why is Vance saying he saved Obamacare? That's probably it. It's because Trump allowed people to have options. That certainly did save Obamacare. It allowed people to have options. Yes, that did save Obamacare. It made it tenable.
Otherwise, it's just handing a fucking monopoly over.
Yes, and saying this is what you get to pick from, and you have to pay these people this money.
And but on that Obamacare point, so Walz came in and said Donald Trump was trying to get rid of Obamacare, and he signed on to this lawsuit, lost it, and then had a bill to get rid of it, and would have got there had it not been for.
But he didn't get rid of it. He put options into it. Oh my God, I'm so frustrating.
You don't think that was a good enough rebuttal?
J.D. Vance said, well, Donald Trump strengthened and saved Obamacare. That's what he came back and said.
Right.
It's the audacity. I agree with you that.
Watch this part. So yeah. Politico had a really funny response. 8 body language tells from the vice presidential debate. Yes, Vance's beard matters. One of the first bits of nonverbal communication. Okay, as I've often said, obviously my degrees, I have an undergraduate degree in communication, I have a master's in communication, I was a PhD in communication. All the way through, I'm a calm person. So, body language is not my area because body language is largely malarkey, to use a Bidenism. There are some things that are true about body language that you can glean some insights from. I do bring it up sometimes because I have taken courses in body language. Something called nonverbal leakage, which is like when you're lying and you have tells. The common term for that is a tell, but the communication terminology is nonverbal leakage. Gee, I wonder why people use tell instead of nonverbal leakage. What a pleasant term. Anyway, here's but largely it's hokum, right? You can't really tell a lot from people's body language. I know people they watch the true crime shit. I watch it too, but understand
most of the fuckwits around these days struggle to glean anything from spoken fucking language.
Yeah. Yes, Vance's beard matters. Okay. Vance is the first White House wannabe to wear facial hair in 80 years. Our appearance is fundamental to our body language. Okay.
Who was the last one? Teddy Roosevelt?
Well, here's what they want to say is that, okay, J.D. Vance is a handsome man, right? They're upset by this. Vance has got those bright blue eyes. He's what?
Aaron.
Yeah, he's not blonde, but hey, he's an A10 motherfucker, just like you, Bill.
Do be like that sometimes.
So he's got those A10 optics. So what? And because it's particularly that was the picture I used in the thumbnail where he like turned to the camera and did this office style Jim reacting, looking at the camera like, can you believe what what Walz just said? I think that made women all over the world sploosh. I'm just gonna say because he's handsome and he's making like this Jim face. I really think that Republicans won over a bunch of women voters just because they'll think Vance is attractive. Women are that simple. Not all. Men are that simple too, let's be honest. But show them something, but women will be like, oh, but isn't he cute? So you're right. So basically they're saying we're intimidated by the fact that he's attractive. Vance has a precision grip. Can you believe this is a real article?
Yes.
Precision grip when he gestured with his hands. Almost like an OK sign. Oh no, I heard that was a Nazi symbol.
That's literally the same thing that Trump does.
I know. He's just doing the same thing Trump does.
It's half-act from Trump.
Yeah. Well, it's wants you to pay attention.
DeSantis in Florida does the same thing.
Yeah, it's a very common thing to do while speaking.
Walz is using that's the whole point of the camera things are really antiquated.
It's also very aggressive, and it tends to make people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's some 70s tier shit. That's shit like Nixon used to do. I don't think even Nixon did that.
It's the last president he can remember.
They say he's evoking Uncle Sam and those old I Want You posters. It was a bold, almost accusatory gesture, which made it great for the poster, but can come across as hostile. Hey, what did I just say? Yeah, it comes off as hostile.
Also,
comes off as aggro.
Is the left meant to be really anti-Uncle Sam now, seeing as it's like a colonialist?
Well, yes, they hate America. They openly all say they hate America. His wide eyes showed his passion, and not that he looks... And not Sanpaku psychotic lunacy. I mean, look at Vance's oh my god, he looks crazy. Eye-popping can sometimes be a sign of surprise, but for Walz, it simply revealed his emotional intensity.
They actually start breaking down which muscles are causing this.
I know.
That is how much they are just scraping to get a single lashing of glaze in.
The glazing is out of control. No, Politico. He looks insane. Vance called attention to his heart, whatever. Which is, Walz disagrees with his glabella? What was this again? They're talking about his furrowed brow thing. Yeah, that's what they mean.
He looks like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, I mean, he looks deeply concerned here.
Well, it's like someone bleached Nixon.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Get a little frown.
Except Nixon was based.
Vance let a little frown give him away. When you hear something you're happy or comfortable with, reveals a weakness or a lie. What is this face telling you, then?
Usually it's saying, I've shat myself.
Polite Midwestern turn yield. Turning is when you demonstrate respect for someone by yielding your time, allowing them to speak. Okay, yeah, that's called a debate, though. Basically, they're mad that they don't know what to do. This is the best defense. Oh, before I think we did watch that. No, we didn't. Here's what JD Vance made me think of, by the way. This.
Classroom.
I mean, Walz.
Or in old language, a couple thousand years ago, disciples. Those who are trying
what do you think,
to
Spoon?
prepare themselves for entry.
It's like me in 50 years.
Oh God, I better hope not. This is the Heaven's Gate guy. Don't start a cult and
I'm not letting you mix my drinks, man.
Yeah.
I will only pour neat. Don't worry, Bill.
Is this from the same thing?
Fucking work. I'm too much of a fat bastard.
Yeah, is this the same one we were listening to? Oh, it is.
The worst moment J.D. Vance had, because he was going to mansplain right over that mute.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you
This
whore.
is again over the Haiti thing. So this is their only defense. I'm serious. This is the only actual defense I've heard from them. Is he was mansplaining.
Button. He was, and again.
This is again the only defense I've heard.
To know how everyone will react to this. I think that a lot of women.
I think you could guess.
In positions of authority that should command respect just by virtue of that dynamic, will see themselves in some dude that disrespected them and talked over. I mean, there was a moment like that with then vice presidential in the Harris-Pence debate.
That one of these candidates is much slicker than the other, is a much more.
Anyway, that was what I wanted to play because I think that's the only defense they have. It's the only one I've heard was from that
You want to
clip.
talk about like fucking body language? About the fucking big bastard hunched over, arms completely locked around his fucking coat.
Yeah.
My goddamn.
Shall we actually move on to watch the debate? As much as we can get through, let's put it on. I've got the watch together. Do you still have it, Spoon?
Yeah, hold on.
I know. While you were doing that, I will read the super chats that I have missed. Okay. Linda Hunter gifted 1 Burger Crown membership. Thank you, Linda. Anime Problem for 5 says, it's really funny that Waffle House is the best disaster rating scale for hurricanes. God, I know, right? Oh, man, I could go for Waffle House right now.
We have pancakes downstairs.
I know we've got all kinds of food, but there's something about there's something about Waffle House. It's freezing. It's like, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, what? I still have trouble with FTC. It's like 45 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 50 in the Waffle House. It's right above freezing because the kitchen's really, really hot. So they crank the AC up to 1 billion. It's freezing. It's open 24 hours in a lot of places. And it's just cheap, good pancakes. I like their chili, also, to be fair. But
You're
man, I
sitting
love
there,
Waffle House.
It's 2 a.m. Everyone's drunk and stoned.
Everyone's
You're
drunk and
concussed from a
stoned.
fight 3 minutes earlier.
Well, if you're not at a contestant fight yet, you will be soon.
Yeah, you're in a PvP-enabled zone. It's all gone tits up. You just got to get out there fighting for your damn life.
I love Waffle House. It's an American institution. Arden Party for 2 Canadians says, historical vandalism, capital offense, public flogging. Oh, about the people destroying the Van Gogh. Or trying to. I think public flogging. It's not a capital offense, but certainly public flogging.
I think flogging always makes it. It's a real cheap thing to go for.
Denny's is better dread. No way. I mean, Denny's is probably like higher quality. Because Waffle House is just like, again, like the thing about Waffle
I know
House
it's Denny's, so I've not
is
tried
Waffle House is so cheap. Waffle House is super cheap, and it's open 24 hours. Huddle House is a downgrade from Waffle House. I will say that. I like Huddle House too, but Huddle House is a downgrade from Waffle House. What's
the
House
PvP
better.
situation like there?
I think Huddle House, because of the locations of Huddle Houses, I think where they're distributed in the country, I think they're less likely to be PvP zones. But I don't know for sure. I've only been to a couple Huddle Houses. I've been to plenty of Waffle Houses. I've also never seen a fight at a Waffle House, and I feel like I'm missing out. Again, I to be fair, I mostly have been to them with my father while we're on vacation in the South, like in summers. So I don't know. But I've never been at like 4 a.m. Maybe I have, actually. I think I have. Frog Jupiter for 2 says, did you hear about Styx Hexenhammer's arrest? Yeah, we did talk about it very briefly at the start of the stream. Yeah, it was a domestic assault, I believe. He's been arrested. Yeah, assault battery, yeah.
Styx left the one.
Yeah. Dean Domino for 25 for 2 says, that thing looks like it will call Mike Wachowski. Like it will call Mike Wachowski. What were we talking? Oh, was that the Don't Stop Oil people, maybe. Sorry, I didn't read that at the time. Dear T.S. King for 10 says, the Unicorn Overload translation is an attempt at Woollyism. Woozleyism. Sorry. Or that is Woollyism. I was thinking about two best friends.
Woolseyism.
I actually don't know what that is. Woolseyism. I see his white FF6. Oh, his white FF6 had such a great story in the West. This is sad, as Unicorn Overload is meant to be a fairly Fire Emblem-esque tactical RPG. So yeah, they're just, they're trying to be fanciful, I guess, with the language. Mr. Fats for 2 says, again, boss, Tampax Tim doesn't represent me. He doesn't represent anybody. Linda Hunter gifted another sub. Thank you. Or membership. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Let's get into it. Thank you guys so much for your support and for hanging out. Now let's get into the dross, shall we? All right. Ready, boys? I'm going to turn the speed up. Let's start at 1.5 and see how we feel. Oh, it's a bit hot. It's a bit fast.
Doesn't even stop to me.
And skip into when we're into it. Okay.
Are we watching the same thing?
What?
Are we watching the same thing?
Because ours isn't moving.
Yes.
Oh shit! Oh, I played the wrong thing. Give me a second. No, it just took me a second. Okay.
Everyone's just.
Sorry.
Styx got the
catastrophic
Styx
impact
is
of Hurricane
lighter
Helene.
than my
And now a
mace.
labor strike as
Here we go,
25,000 dock
here we
workers
go.
from Maine to Texas are picketing.
I was being
We're gonna
retardo.
begin tonight with
I have
the
to
Middle
listen to two women.
Thank you, Nora.
No.
Earlier today,
Well, it doesn't
Iran
one
launched
woman,
its
Tim
largest
Walz.
attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed. Thanks
Who
to
fucking
joint U.S.
cares?
and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners.
Maybe I also just don't care.
Israel's ability to be able to defend itself.
I'm
is
just gonna
absolutely
skip through this,
fundamental.
'cause I don't
Getting
care.
its, hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
I don't care.
But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear
I'm just gonna
in the world
skip. I
that those that are
don't
close to
care
the
about this question.
Donald Trump said he's unfit for the.
When do we get to an interesting question?
Because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill.
Yeah,
after I
I've
enlisted
read
in
your
the Marine Corps
book.
and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes
That's 'cause it
that if
is.
we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were
That's true. They can't fuck with that. All the shit in Ukraine and Russia, the shit between in Iran and Palestine and Israel. When did all this happen and pop off? Oh, after Trump gets out, because no one's afraid of Joe Biden.
afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump.
Yeah,
recognized
well, considering they couldn't manage to kill, like, in fact, I think I don't know.
A lower munitions to kill ratio than the V2 rocket program.
Well, I know my data may be out of date, but when it happened, what I saw was that two Israelis were killed and one Palestinian, I think, was killed.
Yep.
So it was like, damn, like you're not doing great. And again, it was 400 missiles, and they didn't even use the Iron Dome.
that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world.
Well, I hate that shit, by the way. But it is true that the reason why this shit all popped off after Trump got out of office is because everyone knows that Biden and Harris are bought and paid for and can be bought and paid for by anybody. and they don't have any convictions, and you pay them enough money, they'll do whatever the fuck you want.
Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look,
And they're pussies and won't do
They
shit.
need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our
I don't
allies wherever they are
care.
when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look,
Everyone does want to see what he was writing down. I want to see what he was writing down, too. I saw a picture on Twitter today that was a picture of a crudely drawn horse and Tim Walz sucking its dick. And it was labeled, and it was like, horse, me.
Yes, we call this the Vorsch fantasy.
Well, apparently someone was saying in chat, I don't remember who said it, and apparently Vosh is having a total meltdown over this, over Waltz embarrassing himself. Oh, sorry, someone click play. All right.
Revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had
Revisionist history.
Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer.
What, you mean like how he put sanctions on them? And Kamala Harris, under the Biden admin, removed those sanctions? Oh, weird.
To a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership.
Oh, no, I
And when Iran shot
fact-checked
down
you.
American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did
And Joe Biden announced that he was stepping down as the president via a tweet. So what the fuck are you talking about?
fall,
Or somebody
near
else
US
did,
troops,
rather.
and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off.
Speaking of
as
traumatic brain injuries.
Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have one.
Okay, so also the deal was not only about nuclear weapons, it was about nuclear energy. Okay? Now, I don't trust Iran, obviously, but they were working on the nuclear program anyway, right? They've been working on it for forever. I don't really want Iran to have nukes, but, I don't know. What kind of quality nukes are they going to produce? I mean, look at what North Korea does.
Missiles are going to go by.
That's what I'm saying. I think that Trump probably reasonably perceived that Iran is not a threat militaristically, but could be beneficial to, for example, sanction, to get them to play ball. Play nice. You know?
You don't need to necessarily put boots on the ground if you can just give the nuts a quick twist.
Again, give your nuts a tug.
That's just a little tug, just to let you know we're still here, and we have a firm fucking grip on what takes us to one proper squeeze. Let's think you're singing soprano.
Yep.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what, the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize.
Dude, he looks so scared. He looks like he's going to shit himself. By the way, guys, I haven't seen this whole debate. I've just seen clips. So that's why I wanted to watch the whole thing, or as much of it as we can get through. But oh my god! Again, I know I just shit on the body language thing a couple minutes ago, but oh dear lord, he looks terrified. I would love to do a study. Please, can we do a replication of the Reagan Kennedy debate with this audio versus visual? Oh, I want to see that one because these visuals are abysmal for Walz. I don't think he's going to do a hell of a lot better in the audio, but I think you're going to find better scores.
Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time? I'm 40 years old. When was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Yep, that's true. That is demonstrable truth. What happened under Biden? Pure and utter chaos. Botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. Ukraine v. Russia. Everyone v. Israel. Which, I mean.
Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because...
Oh, shut up! Shut up! Silly woman!
Give the microphone some space, woman, Jesus Christ.
No, sorry, I'm quoting Donald Trump. Have you never seen that? Shut up!
But
silly
you need
woman.
to do it with a fucking megaphone in his hand.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scream. Moved away from the mic to breathe.
Because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling,
Climate change doesn't fucking matter. There's about fucking 10 billion fucking variables, and you can't, when you put them all into a regression analysis, try to determine how much man-made fossil fuel use and or emissions has actually contributed to the warming of the planet as we come out of a global ice age is literally impossible. You cannot do the mathematical calculation for this because it requires too many variables to do. It is pointless. Should we try to use renewable resources? Yes, of course. But not if it destroys civilization in the process. So get fucked.
7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under
Most
the
just
age
a way to
of
make people
45
feel
favor the U.S.
scared.
taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof.
By the way, also, pull me out some fucking evidence because I've never seen this. They constantly say this. Oh, global warming, global warming, global warming. That's what's causing the hurricanes. Oh. It's almost like if you go back through American history, you can find that hurricanes have always hit the U.S. South. Weird. It's almost like it's called hurricane season. So there's a reason why we name these tropical storms and stuff because it's been going on for forever. But no, it's a new thing. They do this every goddamn year, and every year it drives me up the wall.
With a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think it's
Trump has proven it. Trump went there. Trump raised money. Didn't spend a penny of his own, otherwise they'd freak out. Trump proved it. Harris-Walz camp could not give less of a shit.
This is a very important issue. Look,
in fact, they
a lot of people are just
the people who are suffering, so they're happy about it.
It's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions. This idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true. Just
Where's the nuclear energy?
Science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world.
That's true. America's extremely clean compared to places like China and India in particular.
Not difficult.
The left actively campaigns against nuclear energy because my 3 Mile Island, my Chernobyl, my Fukushima, not understanding the extremities of those situations, and why it's really dumb to build a whole bunch of nuclear plants on a small island prone to tsunami. Sorry, Japan. But Japan had the right idea in going nuclear because it is the cleanest, most reliable source of energy. By far. But for whatever reason, the left is totally opposed to it. Because they are bought and paid for and owned by green lobbyists. That's why they support this useless green energy that takes up huge amounts of rare minerals to make and destroys local ecosystems with their giant bird Cuisinarts. Yeah, sorry, I don't buy your bullshit. If you want to make clean energy, go nuclear, but you refuse. In fact, they've worked very hard to stifle nuclear energy, so I don't believe anything you ever have to say. I don't buy any of this bullshit. It is as performative as throwing soup on a Van Gogh.
What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors. As we work together on these emergency managements, governors know no partisanship. They work together to solve the governors and the emergency responders on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there so that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused.
No, he's not mentioning his own service, quote unquote, in the National Guard.
Good pull there.
Considering like this is a situation where the National Guard is being deployed.
Where you would think that he would pull that out, but it's because he doesn't want to. He really, I think right now wants to get away from any talk about his service history because he's been called out for it. About basically, I mean, he was never deployed anywhere. He was a weekend warrior, which fine, nothing wrong with weekend warriors, but they were acting like he was a vet of a war. He was a weekend warrior. If you don't know that term, Spoon, National Guardsmen largely don't do a whole lot. But where the National Guard wide exists is to deal with things like this,
There's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration,
Yeah, he joked about it, and guess what happened? A bunch of Democrats went and bought the land that they scared people out of living on the coast by saying the coastline was going to rise by 50 feet or whatever the hell it was. People sold their beachfront property, and a bunch of rich leftoids went in and bought it up. The people who showed that narrative then went and bought the beachfront property they just told people was going to be underwater in 10 years. Why would they do that? Because they don't believe it, because it is bullshit, and Trump was right.
The Harris administration is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back.
Oh, a solar panel plant using rare earth minerals that are absolutely irreplaceable, much like fossil fuels, that barely function, even on the sunniest of days. You want to put those in Minnesota?
With a finite lifespan for the actual...
Yeah, and then that just take up...
It has the highest
huge
rate
amount
of
space.
death per kilowatt hour produced.
Yes, that's an old find. I don't know if that's still true. I still cite that, but
When
I
you
read that a long
factor in
time
the
ago.
slave labor, I'm sure it evens out.
And then they just end up filling landfills, just hundreds of thousands of solar panels because they break constantly. Because it doesn't fucking work. Just use nuclear. We have made so many advances in nuclear energy over the last 100 years that it is absolutely absurdist to not because they're not intentionally ignorant. They are paid for by these green lobbies because they make bank. Green energy, and by that I mean wind and solar, is a scam. It is a money-making game. That's all it is. If you actually care about the environment, you want clean energy, and you want ample energy and American energy independence, nuclear. The end. It's not complicated. It really isn't, and I'm tired of this debate because it's been over for forever.
But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, I harvest wind. We're producing more natural gas and more oil at any time we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward. That climate,
which is like the whole fucking country produces enough green energy to fuel like a city for 5 hours. It does, I don't know the numbers on that, so don't take that literally. But green energy is very unpredictable because it relies on wind and solar, which are unpredictable. Hydro is very reliable and also a green energy. I would say, and there's been some proposed ideas for tidal
tidal power.
Tidal power, which there does seem to be.
They basically go in line as the tide changes and with the undulations of the motions.
All on board.
Generates power.
I'm all on board with this. We know that water current works.
Any place that can benefit from such things, the tidal zone will rip it to pieces. The tech isn't actually durable enough.
Right, which is the problem. We know that hydro energy works and produces a lot of hydropower produces a lot of energy. If you can find a way to make that tidal energy stuff work, then yeah, let's go.
But most of these setups with hydroelectric energy requires like massive changes to the scenery.
It can which could be a problem with the ecosystem, yes. Which would be the thing to be.
And they're massively intensive and they're massively expensive and need to be of a certain size.
So what again is the easiest? Maybe not easiest. Yeah, the easiest, most obvious solution. Is it to build a bunch of solar panels that last for 2 years and then they have to be scrapped and burn up rare earth minerals to make them? Is it a bunch of wind farms that destroy the natural beauty of the environment and kill and destroy local animal populations that also barely provide any energy? Or let's just build nuclear plants with modern technology. Okay? It's not complicated. I'm so tired. I just hate the energy debate. It's so frustrating.
Climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical. But this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower in the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something...
Exactly. If you believe that climate change is real, then why do you want to import energy import goods from countries like China and India that don't give a fuck, that just spew trash, garbage, smoke, carcinogens into the atmosphere with absolutely no regulations. Why are you encouraging that shit rather than energy and goods being manufactured in the United States with regulation? With sensible regulation, not insane regulation that makes it impossible for them to operate. Okay? That's the fucking point.
So something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America.
Then you have to
Some
go
of them are, a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into the solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think,
and you go
in the past
throw
4
them away.
years.
Thank you.
We got to invest more in.
Thank you, JD. Fucking thank you. God, I'm sorry. I was just harping on this. Again, I haven't seen this, guys, so thank you.
Kamala Harris has done the
What I
opposite.
wanted to
That's
hear.
raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
this by
your
the
time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers.
What's wrong with natural gas? Wait, is there a problem with natural gas now?
That have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota.
Wait, our top export cannot be topsoil? Well, why do you think our top export is topsoil instead of manufactured goods? Because you killed American manufacturing. America's top exports used to be things like steel. And we buy it from China and it sucks. You ever seen a Chinese building being constructed when it's made out of basically paper mache?
Tofu dregs.
We're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret, thank you.
Oh, the consensus amongst scientists. Hey, could any of those scientists, any of them, hey, ladies, could any of those scientists give me a regression analysis breakdown to show me the variance accounted for of human use of fossil fuels that contributes to the natural warming of the planet that we are in coming out of an ice age? Oh, none of them can? What would that R squared look like? Would that be a 0.0001% variance accounted for because you put so many fucking variables into the matrix? That's how fucking regression works. I hate it.
Yeah, lost in the inside base.
I know. No, but you know that the maths on this really irritates me.
We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters.
Yeah.
Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history.
Whoa, is that true? Hang on one second. Pause. Whoa. Is that true? No way. Is that true? I'll have to look this up. Vitalis says the U.S.'s 9th top export is human blood. Let's find out. I wouldn't be shocked.
Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work.
And this is, I've oftentimes said this, which is true, is that the way that this works is that illegal aliens get hired under the table. They do not get paid a living wage. What the Democrats definitely don't consider to be a living wage because they think $15 an hour minimum should be the minimum for federal minimum wage. Not understanding how that will, of course, contribute to inflation. But what ends up happening with these people is because they're undocumented, they just work under the table. So they don't make even $7.50 an hour, whatever the state they're in. Which I think that's like the lowest state minimum wage. No, they make $1 an hour because they're undocumented. Because they are your slave labor class. And anyone who has a soul understands that's fucked. And they come here because you promise them the moon, and then you basically shackle them. And they don't know any better. You sold them a lie. You even facilitate them coming to this country. We've seen the maps and stuff they've put out of like, oh, here's how you sneak into the U.S.
The final point, Margaret, is you asked about separation. Right now, in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them, hopefully, are at home with their families.
Thank
Some
you.
of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is, unfortunately, Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask.
Thank you. Oh my God, he's fucking killing it. No wonder people said he dominated.
Yeah, this is.
Look at Waltz's face.
Waltz, he's being like just jungled.
Because your administration has facilitated child sex trafficking to an unprecedented degree. It is documented, it's proven, it's unquestionable. This is not something you could fact check him on because it's true. These kids are lost and they end up getting sex trafficked. Now I know that your party's all on board with that, but it's grotesque, and any person with any semblance of a sense of morality finds it so.
Ask my fellow Americans to remember, when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things, regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis.
How? How's it not true? Do you vet any of these people? You don't. You just let them in. Why do you...
They specifically... If you go back, she specifically phrased it differently.
Yeah, she did. She changed the phrasing. Yes, true. Yeah. But
as if it's an accusation that the actual government were the ones doing the trafficking, which is
she tried to reframe it as that, but
as
obviously
being accusatory of the government.
Right. Well, obviously though, these people are drug mules. Some of them are. The children are being sold as slaves. Children are being sex trafficked. I mean, look how easy it was for what's his name? Spoon. Can you help me here for a second? Are you awake? Spoon. Oh no. Chat, then you'll have to help me. Who was the guy who sent a bunch of the it was at the Texas sent all the immigrants up to that little island. It was off the coast of was it like Montauk or something? To that little island that a bunch of the Dem elites live on.
Ferry.
Oh, Martha's Vineyard. Send them up to Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, that's not an island, right? I thought that was an island. There's a different one. That's an island. You send them up to. Yeah, send them up to Martha's Vineyard. I forget who did that. That's the governor of Texas did that? Yeah, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Abbott. Was it Abbott who did that? Right. So again, or was it Florida?
I don't fucking know. Let's not get lost in the minutia.
It was DeSantis who did it. Okay, so it was Florida. Well, I'm trusting you guys. I just don't recall who did it. I don't remember if it was Abbott or DeSantis. Anywho, and how they screeched and cried and screamed about that. It's because they know that these people, there's a lot of them are drug mules and stuff like that. They're going to bring crime into their area. They don't want that. No shit.
This is the opioid crisis, and the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still
Abbott and DeSantis both did it. Okay.
The Attorney General of the largest state, a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking.
Okay, sometimes I feel like
we all want to solve it.
I'm gonna pause for a second. Sometimes I feel like I'm stupid. Martha's Vineyard, and it is an island, so I was right. Okay, all right. I sometimes look. Ask me questions about social science. I got that all unlocked, but sometimes I'm like, place. I don't know. That one gets me. That kind of stuff gets me. I hope Spoon comes back sometime. Anyway.
Of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Langford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle. Wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce...
Actually, no, they didn't.
Pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500...
Actually, Border Control has consistently lambasted the Biden-Harris campaign. For the last 4 years, they've been real consistent that y'all motherfuckers have kneecapped them at every... We just read it earlier tonight. No, their union has consistently and persistently come out against your campaign and Biden for screwing them. Basically saying that you're not allowed to do your jobs. And why, Bill? Because they want the slave labor. They want these people, as in California has now made it so that you do not need an ID to vote. They want non-citizens to vote. They want it to happen in every state. This is their slave class. They want and demand this slave class of people who are not just feel, but are totally and utterly reliant on the U.S. government so that they can maintain their political hegemony and oligarchy. That's all this is about, and keeping them as political slaves.
100 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these, the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by
His
the
delivery
legislature. You can't
is
just do this.
way less politician and way more like a mega church pastor.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, again, Vance just looks like mostly confused by him.
Walz feels like he's trying to sell you a second-hand car.
Yeah. Yeah. He gives slimy carsism vibes.
I'd say it's more shyster, like mega church pastor. It seems like it's more to a crowd. You know, it's not like a.
Yeah.
It's not executive like branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this, and he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it.
GA, why couldn't Trump do that? Walz? You know why Trump couldn't build the big, beautiful wall? Because at every fucking level, the Democrats stymied it. They blocked it. They cried and screamed. AOC went and cried at the border in front of, well, not at the border, but 50 miles away from it, in front of a fence. Just a random fence. Yeah, you all cried about how it was a travesty. And stopped it from being able to get the funding that it needed. He still got some semblance of a wall done. At least something happened. Why didn't Trump do this? My party specifically did everything in our power to stop him from being able to do it. Why didn't he do it? I don't know, dude. It's not that complicated. Holy shit. Dude, I hate these liars.
Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill. She'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country, and we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country, and now that she's running for president,
and she has still not been to the fucking border. Until now, a month before the election, as the borders are. You can't make it up. It's beyond parody.
A few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News?
Dude, also Vance is on point with the succinctness of his answers. He knows how to time them just right. Like, he's very good at this. He is actually dangerous, politically. I would be, if I were the Dems, I would be actually afraid of J.D. Vance.
Which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations.
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this.
Yeah, but there were reports of them eating cats. Look at Vance's face. He's pulling these Jim from The Office faces. But there were local reports. We listened to them last week or the week before of people actually calling into the police and saying they're eating domestic and animals and birds from the park. Yeah, that part seems to be true. We have police reports of it. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. It sure seems like it.
And solve this if we didn't.
Am I the only one left here? Bill, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, I don't know what happened to Spoon. I don't know what he may have passed out. Sorry. Well, we're just gonna let's trundle through what we can get through. Maybe he'll wake up at some point.
There was a tremor of green there for a second. I think he might have.
Oh, did he wake up? Oh.
If we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this,
Well, a talking point like you just made it, that they had to send people to guard the students or something when they were going to school because they were worried about the children being attacked. Okay, well, I obviously think that's terrible if that was happening, but did it happen? That's what I asked at the time. Were any children attacked? No, so it was performative, wasn't it?
Humanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim, Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels.
Why does it do this? I'm trying to get it to pause. Sorry, Bill, go ahead.
So he's been there at least once.
Which is more than Kamala Harris has
exactly,
ever done,
that's
yes.
what I'm saying.
So yes.
Terribly hard.
Not hard to really when your job is border czar to do it more than ever. Also, I did look up the blood exports, and it accounts for 1.8% of the country's total good exports, up from just 0.5% a decade ago. Whoa, that is a massive. It's a 300% increase. More than that, nearly 400% increase. And worth $3.7 billion. That makes blood the country's 9th largest goods export, ahead of coal and gold. U.S. supplies 70% of the plasma used to make medicine. Holy shit.
Well, it's a large area of ground with a high population
lot of people.
density, a lot of people, and most importantly, excellent quality control.
But that's still crazy that the U.S.'s 9th biggest export is human blood. This just sounds satanic to me. I mean, I know that it's obviously it's for medical purposes. It just sounds messed up. I'm starting to think this U.S. is the great Satan line is. I
mean, they may have a point.
Making me feel nervous.
And he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most...
Yeah, look at the house. You know what? I won't do it now because we're trying to get through this. But I've gone and looked at housing in the area of West Virginia that my grandmother used to live in, which is one of the most depressed areas in all of West Virginia. It's not the most, but it's bad. However, the reason why I was looking at the housing there is because it is very close to Pittsburgh in terms of it's about a 45-minute drive to Pittsburgh, which means it's close to an airport, which means if you need to travel, it's not that bad. Maybe an hour to the Pittsburgh airport, but something like that, an hour. And it is, you can get a home there, even in, because I looked under like what, the housing crisis going on. I looked at how much it costs. You can get like a 4-bedroom home there. It's going to need a lot of work. You can get a 4-bedroom home there for still about $150,000, which is not bad. But you look anywhere else in the country, you won't find that. And you're gonna be in a place where you're gonna probably need Starlink because there's not infrastructure for the internet there. And it's very depressed. Like you're not gonna have. You're not gonna be able to go out and have fancy dinners or anything like that. So, but if you want to get away from things, you can get a decently priced. Oh, that's why Spoon's lighting up because I can hear myself reverberating in his mic.
He's on the hot mic.
No, you fucking can't.
Yeah, Spoon. That's why you were lighting up because I could hear you. I could hear myself through you.
Ow.
I could. Now I can't. Okay, anyway, so my point is that you can buy a decently priced house, but you gotta go way out of the way. You gotta way into the woods to find one. You look at houses in pretty much any other part of the country, I've seen some crazy shit. 1-bedroom houses that look like crack shacks being sold for $500,000. Crazy stuff.
Most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open
How's
border.
it welcome,
It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this.
Yeah, and they don't support you.
To bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street.
Yeah, blaming them for everything. Yes, blaming them for the fact that they come in here and ask for Gibbs and you give it to them, and then it depresses the economy? Yeah, no shit. Oh, why are you blaming migrants? Because they're a major contributing factor. Good Lord. Sometimes
the
it's
microphone a bit there, mate.
I'm sorry. I just feel crazy bills.
Bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to...
Oh, so we fast track it so no one looks into it, whether or not these people were actually asylum seekers or not? We just fast track them down the line. Yeah, that'll make it better. We shouldn't be careful with our approach towards allowing people in as asylum seekers. Make it 90 days in the overloaded court system. That'll work.
Here to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my favorite lies, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans.
Oh, now we're going to become Christian, are we? I heard about this. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Citing Matthew there. I just don't buy it. I don't believe it. I think Trump was earnest in his citation of a prayer. I don't believe you. Now, that is my bias showing, but am I just being biased? I just don't believe him in his quotation of the Bible.
Of most Americans, they simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Margaret,
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys were going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application.
So okay, what happened there again is that all right. Do you want to? Because this is one of the more important bits. Make sure we got this.
And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
So she has to come in and fact check him, say they have legal protected status. Does it mean, however, as we saw Kamala Harris, Spoon?
Yo.
You're reverbing again.
Yeah, you're echoing.
Ow.
You must have your headphones off or something, because I can hear it.
No.
Well, no, I don't know why, but when you're talking, I can't hear it, or when you're... Whatever. Okay, so...
Get on with it.
All right, okay, so to get on with it, yes, there's a huge amount of Haitian immigrants there. Whether or not they're legal is kind of inconsequential because, as Kamala Harris, as we saw her talk about earlier, she just let in like 150,000 Haitians into the country and just it's like, oh, but they're asylum seekers. We didn't, obviously, of course, we don't check. So, as they're saying, oh, they need help, so we'll let them in. And they can become citizens once they're here, right? And you don't even know. You don't know. So, but they had to fact check him, and the whole point was there was not to be this fact checking. They had to throw that in there to, and again, the fact check was very weak. It's like, well, some of them are citizens. Some of them aren't. Also, bitch, a lot of them aren't. No shit. Your fact check is weak, and you weren't supposed to do it. So here's Vance. This was honestly good on him.
Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
they tried to sweep it up, Janny, sweep.
The rules were that you guys were going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card, and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to.
Oh, thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. You tried to fucking put a little caveat, Snopes fact check. He fact checked your fact check, and they're like, just telling him to shut up. This is abysmal for them. They looked. I've gained I've gained new respect for JD Vance. I told you guys, if you've been listening to the stream regularly, that I didn't trust JD Vance because I read his biography years ago. Hillbilly Elegy, and I didn't like it. To me, it read like a carpetbagger. But he's impressed me with this.
Thank you, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created.
Gentlemen,
cut him off.
The audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters.
I hate women so much. It's
Each of your campaigns
unreal.
has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that.
Visibly soft hands. How about
Oh, tell us again how you're all so middle class. Oh my No one believes this shit. When they say middle class, I mean, well, we only had one summer home. That's what when they say middle class, when these kinds of freaks say middle class, what they mean is, we only had one summer home. It was terrible.
That we understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you.
Building. There are so many thousands upon thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. I do believe it's well over hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of homes for sale in the United States. The housing crisis is not about the lack of housing. It's about the lack of affordability of housing because the economy is in the toilet. Building new houses will not fix this. You have to make housing affordable by making the economy better so that people will want to invest in living in the United States, companies and individuals. It's not that complicated. Read Thomas Sowell.
A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making
it's going to end up empty like all the fucking other ones.
Or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump.
Oh, really? For small businesses, the ones that you all killed with all of your insane COVID lockdown policies? Oh, cool.
Made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks from Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, that you also imply a huge amount of not just the tax cuts. That's cool. You also put all kinds of fucking restrictions on these small businesses, like the amount of money that they have to pay their employees, in terms of trying to make it so that people can't pay waiters and waitresses less than minimum wage because they make it up in tips, which that's debatable, but that's one of the issues. Trying to make it so that they have to pay these ridiculous minimum wages for employees if we're not talking about a restaurant. All of these things all of these green initiatives they now have to follow, all of these ordinances they now have to follow, these are all things implemented by the left that make it impossible to start a fucking small business, which even before all of this was, what is it? It's something like 90% of all small businesses fail within the first 5 years. It's now probably closer to 95, I would imagine, if not higher. You've made it, particularly during COVID, under leftist governors' protocol, killed small businesses in every state that they operated in the country. And now you want to care about small businesses? The ones that you killed? Fuck off.
We went to the top pass. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment.
No, they don't.
Similarly, the Wharton
People do not have the things they need. People can't afford to buy groceries under your administration. Well, Kamala's administration and your proposed one, Walz.
School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years, she had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border, and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago.
Holy shit, fucking Cook, man. He's on fire.
And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense, and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse.
Did he say gay one?
Day one. You
Did he? Oh, I
deaf
heard
bin.
gay. I said gay. I wish he had said gay
Our
one.
economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression.
Why were we in the manufacturing recession beforehand? Trump was fixing it. It was getting better. I hate their stupid politics game where it's like, we fucked everything up, and then you didn't fix it overnight. You did fix a lot of it, but then we intentionally kneecapped you, and then it got worse, and all of it's. I'm so tired of it. It's just it's all so tiresome.
9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one.
Learn how to say that in Chinese.
Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look.
Guess what? They can't. All of that's true. Science, put science, first of all, capital S science in quotations. It can't be trusted. These motherfuckers, it's your religion. I read Retraction Watch every goddamn day. It's the one thing I get. Whenever I see an update from Retraction Watch, I read every fucking article. If you had any idea the state of the scientific community, you would be appalled. Just one I just saw just the other day was something like 100 articles just got retracted from some researcher for just faking all this shit. It happens every day. This science is not trustworthy because you have turned it into dogma.
Look,
Didn't they recently find out that
you don't have all
some
the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this:
research
if
of
you need heart
Alzheimer's
surgery,
is
listen to the people at the Mayo
fucking
Clinic in
shit.
Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And
Can we please pause? No one press button. Let me go back. Sorry, Bill. What were you saying?
I wasn't not so long ago that they finally found out that someone who was like pivotal in the research for Alzheimer's cures, turns out he had like faked all of his research.
Yes. That was a couple months ago, yes. It turns out also that there's not been a single study that's ever found the effectiveness of SSRI serotonin reuptake inhibitors on actually treating depression. They still prescribe them. It's not stopped. That study came out earlier this year. It's done nothing. It was a massive meta-analysis that shows that SSRI serotonin reuptake inhibitors actually probably make depression and suicidality worse. And they keep prescribing them because the doctors are owned, by the pharmaceutical companies, who also pay off politicians like Tim Walz. And probably J.D. Vance, too. I don't trust any of these motherfuckers as far as I can throw them at the end of the day.
They're on the screen, they're on the payroll.
Yeah. But for the last 50 years, we've been told these SSRIs, just take this pill and make your sad feelings go away. You don't make your sad feelings go away? I don't know, go out in nature. Be with people. Lift heavy rock.
Drink.
But no, that's not a good one, Spoon. I mean, that is my suggestion, but don't say that.
Vice, shut your face. The whiskey's good stuff.
I've got some
Drink good
vodka
booze,
here.
don't drink fucking paint thinner.
Well, Spoon's just bought like a new bottle of very expensive whiskey, I believe.
It's not the cheapest one, but yeah.
That you're drinking tonight?
I don't drink a lot of that cask strength shit. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
57%.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that'll take
Yeah.
the paint off.
It'll take the fucking ceramic off your teeth.
I mean, it's
You don't
enough to
have all
make
the
me
answers.
go
Donald
like,
Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this: if you
Makes
need
your
heart
gums hurt
surgery,
next
listen
day.
to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? And
I have a better idea. How about no one pays any tax?
Hey, that sounds awesome.
That's a much better idea.
How about taxation is theft? But
Okay.
Donald Trump has paid taxes, by the way.
And demonstrated it.
But he's talking about federal taxes. He has paid taxes. He's talking about federal taxes specifically. I don't actually know if he's paid federal taxes, but we know Donald Trump's paid taxes. It has all been heavily documented. The other thing is, though, is that if you're a smart businessman like Donald Trump, you do everything in your power to make sure that you pay as few taxes as possible. Let me put it this way, right? As a YouTuber, if I were to file, no, I have an accountant who helps me file this, who told me how to do this. So I am not necessarily giving advice. I'm definitely not giving financial advice because I don't know. But this is what my accountant. I don't handle my finances. My accountant handles them. Well, in terms of my taxes, I mean, I send him all my stuff. I'm like, Josh, here you go, right? But if I were to pay taxes without knowing what I was doing, for making money from YouTube, because basically I would have to pay something like 30% of my income in taxes. But because I can say like, well, I can write all these things off, like anything I pay towards the house and groceries, because I'm self-employed. You have to know how to file it. People say like, oh, you're cheating the taxes. No. I make it so that I have to pay. So I don't make huge amounts of money. I make decent money on YouTube. I'm not a giant YouTube star, but I make okay money. If I paid what the U.S. government would want me to pay if I didn't file correctly, I would be under minimum wage. If it was like, because they would essentially want nearly half of my money. It's above 30%, or it could go really, really high. And yeah, so you have to be very careful about how you pay for this. And this is why the taxation stuff is fucking ridiculous. And that's why smart people, you either get an accountant who knows how to file it for you, which is what I did. I said, I don't understand this stuff. Hand it over to my friend of mine who happens to be an accountant. I am very lucky. I'm very blessed in life that I met two people when I was in college. One of them ended up becoming an accountant. One of them became a lawyer. One of them is now my attorney, and the other one is my accountant. So I got very lucky. Most people don't have that kind of luck. That is luck. But like, yeah, taxation is theft, one, and two, stuff can be very confusing to people. And you want to, people who end up getting screwed by this shit are not the ultra rich, because they know how to make sure that they don't have to pay a single goddamn penny. They always do, just like Trump.
Yes. Welcome.
They know how to pay nothing. It's the regular American taxpayer who gets dicked over by the government by having to pay exorbitant taxes. The ultra rich don't pay a dime.
The last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
Governor, you say trust the experts, but those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're
Whoa! Holy shit! Oh my God! Look at Tim's face in response to that. That's a good point though, isn't it?
A bunch of very high-profile stuff came out of like food standards recently. Stuff like almost all turmeric that's coming out of India is cut with lead.
Oh, of course it is.
Like with lead powder, specifically. Because it's the heaviest thing they can find.
Yep. I'm not surprised by that, but here's the thing. I can't... Well, he's right. Why should we trust drugs and food or anything that comes from China to this country? Or to the United States, excuse me. Sorry, I'm watching American politics, so I'm in my American
mode. They're in spirit.
Right. No. Someone said earlier in the chat that I've becoming increasingly more British. What did I say? Crisps with a Permani brew sandwich. Couldn't help myself. And that is kind of terrifying. I showed you guys the other week though the outfit I bought, the Monarchy Maxine drip. Like we're just going for it. I'm just going full bongaboo. Like for 5 years, I'm allowed.
No, you live in Guernsey for 5 years.
I know, but what is your flag, Bill?
It's the Norman cross, first and foremost.
Which is the cross of St. George.
And our true flag is green on either side, white in the middle, and the Duke's 3 leopards.
Flag is the cross of St. George, which is also the flag of...
Georgia.
England. Not the United Kingdom, but England.
We're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look.
Oh my God, don't be a pedantic little shit. You want billionaires to get tax cuts? Yes. Do you know why I want billionaires to get tax cuts, by the way? I know you think that's a known. It's not. Do you know why I want billionaires to get tax cuts? Because you know what billionaires do when they get tax cuts in the United States? Oh, they invest in the United States. It's not trickle-down economics. It's basic economics, okay? It's really not that fucking complicated. I keep repeating it, but read Thomas Sowell.
I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in.
Oh, yes, I know. Wow, what... I'm sorry. I have to go have a pee. But the things that he cares to bring up about what America manufactures are soybeans and corn. So we can make high fructose corn syrup.
Tofu.
That's terrible for you. And soy, which has phytoestrogens. I think it's actually phytoestrogens, but whatever. It's ostensibly the same. I'll be right back. Enjoy, Bill. You have the keys to the kingdom. Don't do anything bad. Go ahead and play it though. So you get it. Just click play.
Most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just in out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So I appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can.
Because there was a moment of what seemed like kindness there, just enough to draw him out and really beat him with all
and
the
then beat the shit out of him. Like, he's playing whack-a-mole with him. That's ironic. That's good stuff.
Get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor,
please.
Thank you, Margaret. We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz.
Did I miss anything?
You said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
Oh, no.
Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look,
let me explain the discrepancy. Everything Tim Walz has ever said about his life is a fucking lie. He's a stolen valor fuckboy. That's what happened there.
I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of...
What the hell?
Why do they always do this? Well, they always do this. It's just... I have an excoriating bit of information about you and question. And just like, well, let me tell you about where I grew up. This is their only pivot, and it's sickening.
400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service.
Who
I joined the National
cares?
Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill.
We've descended
to become a
into
teacher,
like
passionate,
full
a young-
ball, like Abe Simpson. That we wore an onion eye. Because that was the style of the term.
You said that you went to China. I mean, you did. You've now said you've been to China 30 times. Oh, wait, 15 times. But you lied about this element in the National Guard, and we're not... he doesn't answer the damn question. Let's see, chat. Make predictions. If you've already seen it, don't answer. We're watching this fresh and raw. Is he going to answer the damn question? My guess is on a hard no based on that preamble.
Teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was...
Why were you taking all these United citizens, these U.S. citizens to China? Why were you doing that? Why did you start a program to do that? To take U.S. citizens to China? Could it be because you were funded by the CCP? Oh, I know that's just an allegation, but it looks like you might have some ties to them, doesn't it? Weird. Weird. Why would a major Democrat politician have ties to a communist government? Can't imagine.
Was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And
I'm a knucklehead. People still voted for me. I mean, Spoon, what else can we say? What a glorious, what just a glorious exemplar of the idiocy of the democratic system. I am a knucklehead, by his own admission, and people voted for me anyway. Vote for him again, is apparently what he's saying.
The Three Stooges reboot's really getting out of hand.
I'm an idiot. Vote for me. Okay, that's the
legit stooge behavior.
I don't even know what to say. This is the state of them. I'm a retard. Vote for me because I can be bought and paid for, and I'll take you to China with me next time.
In Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits, and then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping.
Oh yeah, no, what? So they can do some MK Ultra programming or whatever the fuck they're doing over there. I'm sure. Yeah. You know that things were going a little bit better with China in terms of actual open public relations, trade. China not fucking us over under Trump. I mean, in terms of that sense, not in terms of being China's puppet, which is what Kamala Harris is.
Praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your...
A trade war? You mean... Okay. You mean not letting Chinese manufacturers use slave labor outcompete America because we don't use slave labor and because we use greener energy, by the way? Yeah. Trade war. And by the way, the COVID thing, where did COVID come from? Are they still lying about this? It came from the Wuhan lab. It was made in a damn lab. I'm allowed to say this on YouTube now because it's been confirmed. It was confirmed 3 years ago. Why are we still on about this? Yes, it was a Chinese experiment, which, whether or not it was for warfare is unclear. But they were doing testing with viruses that they're not supposed to do, and they created COVID.
Your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier, or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this.
Can you explain the discrepancy? No. just clip that. Can you explain the discrepancy? No.
What I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that...
Were you in Hong Kong or China?
Good point.
I learned a lot of what...
do you know that there's a difference there, by the way, homie?
Okay. You know how, of course, Charlie Chaplin...
Wait, does he not know that Hong Kong and China aren't the same thing?
I'm reminded of, how Charlie Chaplin was seen like the dictator, ostensibly playing Hitler. If instead you got Curly from the Three Stooges to play Mussolini, you would get Tim Walz.
Yeah. Someone called him Curly Waltz in the chat. Who said that? Who said that? I saw somebody say that. But yeah, Curly. But does he really not know that? So was he in Hong Kong or in China? Or does he just not know the difference? I mean, this is not good.
I don't think he'd like to acknowledge a difference.
That's very interesting.
Is
he admitting that Hong Kong is rightful Chinese clay? Sounds like it to me. Maybe not. I don't. He said Hong Kong or China, as if they are interchangeable. That's I didn't even notice this. I didn't see anyone talking about this, but that's a potentially very weird thing to say that could really affect foreign policy and make a lot of people big mad that you conflate China with Hong Kong.
What needs to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington...
Yeah, that was really gay of you, Vance, by the way. That's why I didn't like you. I still don't trust you. I read your book, like I said, and I didn't like that either.
But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret,
it was an interesting question because it sounds like you just set up as to why he would. That is an interesting question. Why did they frame it like that? That was a very pro JD Vance sort of question. Maybe they didn't realize that? Because he just showed that he's not a sycophant? Or do you really think that they... Lads, do you think that they didn't realize that woman didn't realize...
Like he can actually learn.
Not just that he can learn, but that he's not a pushover. And that if he disagrees with Trump, he'll say it. I mean, that to me sounded like they just endorsed him. But I don't know.
Because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration in the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. I want to talk.
Yes, thank you. All they focused on was impeaching Donald Trump. That was their entire modus operandi. They didn't care about anything else. Just block anything Trump or the Republicans propose, because that's how it always works. That's why democracy is a sham. Because it's always team sports. And impeaching him. They spent 4 years doing nothing other than scream. Yes, thank you, Vance.
Talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Yes, exactly. And that's why you need tariffs on China. If they're going to pay their workers $3 a day to sell to America so that we can buy goods on the cheap, rather than having these goods made in America by American citizens who can get paid an actual living wage so that they can put food on the table and not have to be reliant on the federal government, which is just, all the US government does now is just increase its debt, right? The debt will increase under Trump as well. Let's just be clear about that. It will. The U.S.'s economy is based almost entirely on debt internationally, which is fucked. But whatever, that's the way it is. I'm not sure how to fix that element of it. But internally, if you allow people to have jobs, create jobs, actual jobs, where they're not nonsense bullshit jobs, that allow manufacturing to come back to the United States so we can make our own goods, we can make our own steel, we can make our own cars, we can make our own computers, whatever. Then we're not going to be slaves to China. We have allowed ourselves to become slaves to China. Trump's completely right to impose tariffs on them. And they will play, and they did and will again play game and ball with Trump because they need the United States. China is a paper tiger. It cannot exist without the United States propping it up financially, right? Spoon, do you agree?
Yeah.
Senator, your time is up.
I think we got to tap out.
Now
soon.
the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe...
Oh, my, every goddamn time with abortion.
Abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue...
But it does, actually. I couldn't find this. I was reading the Western Journal today, and it did say something about how, but it was like a paywalled article, and so I'm not going to fucking pay for this. But apparently there have been some instances. I could not back this up. I just saw the headline, okay? So don't take me at my word on this. But I saw the headline on the Western Journal that said apparently there have been now confirmed cases of post-birth abortions. I have not been able to verify that claim. So the Western Journal said the Western Journal is a conservative outlet, media, what do you call it, aggregator. It's where I get a lot of my stuff from. I really like the Western Journal. I always shout them out because I use them for my news aggregation more than anything else. Them and the Gateway Pundit. But we know that, I mean, the quote from the one guy, was it New York, who said, well, we'll make the baby comfortable and then kill it, right? It's a post-birth abortion. Now, they'll walk it back and say, oh, that's not what he meant, not what he meant, not what he meant. Okay, whatever. But they keep saying that they're cool with this. And in fact, I looked at the letter of the law on it, and it's interesting as to how they frame it. Is that the Republicans say that they want abortions to be stopped essentially in the first trimester. They don't allow abortions to happen after the first trimester. That's 3 months, which means 4 months after you had sex. Just like to point that out. People always forget that. So 4 months since your last period, ladies. You didn't figure that one out. At the most extremity. And then it says first trimester, or it said second trimester and beyond, and gives nothing. No cutoff date. Or no cutoff. It just says second trimester forward. So yeah, that would include post-birth abortions potentially. It could. I mean, when does the forward stop? When does it stop? When they're 6? I don't know. Don't maybe clarify. You're vague on purpose because you want to kill babies because you're a bunch of Satanists.
Issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about
Was it Ralph Northam?
Yeah,
North Virginia, yeah.
And overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, he sent it to the states. It's a beautiful thing.
Personal autonomy. What the autonomy of the fetus? That's the word you like to use, right? How about the autonomy of the baby? You're killing in the womb. Where's their autonomy? Where's their rights? Grotesque.
Would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing.
Find you
A
sick.
young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy.
No, it wouldn't. Not at 18 weeks. Well, I guess it would have. But no, it wouldn't have put them in legal jeopardy because there's all of these things in place that for in the case of medical exemptions, when the fetus is killing the mother and there's no chance for it to survive, or there's no chance for one or the other to survive. Yes, but these are all in place. This is all a bunch of fear-mongering and insanity. Nobody who is pro-life, such as myself, wants women to die to give birth to a dead 18-week-old fetus that cannot survive. Nobody wants that. And the fact that you're saying this shit is so disgusting to me because you're preying on stupid women, which is why women shouldn't vote. But nobody should vote, as I often say.
She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child, raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that...
Every time. Rape and incest. Rape, incest,
less than
and...
0.01%.
We've been over the statistics on this as well. Rape, incest, and the mother's life all together count for less than 1% of all abortions. Even the mother's life being at risk, as in his first example. All of them put together count for less than 1%. I don't know the statistics off the top of my head, but if I recall correctly, it was somewhere between 60 and 80%. I'm being generous because I don't remember the exact statistic. 60 to 80% of abortions are elective, no reason given. We know what the reason is. I hoed around, basically. I don't want this baby. It could be whatever. No reason given. That's 60. I think it's closer to 80%, but I don't want to give a definitive number because I don't recall the statistic off the top of my head.
That said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry.
Oh my God.
It's going to make it more difficult, if not
They look at Vance's face. Yes, that Project 2025, a registry. Oh, you mean like how you put anybody who talks about Trump on a bunch of lists positively? Yeah, okay.
Possible to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments.
What? Oh, hang on. Actually, I agree with that. I'm sorry. I do agree with that. If you had a second or third term abortion and you want to now have access to fertility treatments, no. First trimester abortion, I have a moral quandary with it, but I understand that this is the way things are. And so I will give I think, Spoon, you and I, again, our first conversation we ever had publicly was on abortion. And yes, we all know Project 2025 is a psyop. It was created by some right-wing think tank, and they just ascribed it to Trump, and the left has run with it, which makes me think actually that quote-unquote think tank is actually more left-wing. or I don't know what the hell it is, but I am okay with allowing. I'm not morally okay with it. I'll have to pray, but like for the babies that are killed. But about a third of pregnancies are lost in the first trimester anyway. Like maybe it's a fourth. I think about a fourth. They don't even make it to the place of like where a baby even starts to be real. Most women don't even realize it because it happens so quickly. Like usually within about a month or two. Or they might even just think their period's a little bit late. It happens very commonly. However, once you're in the second trimester, you're 4 months in from the time you had unprotected sex. No, it's just not tenable anymore. I'm all right with first trimester abortions because, again, rape happens, incest happens, bad things happen. But obviously, like I said, they don't have a limit on it, and that's where it gets fucked.
For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is...
Oh, right, yeah, his balls don't work. I don't know, is that why? Because I saw people saying that on Twitter, is that he just admitted that his balls don't work, but I don't know if it was him or his wife, right? Was his wife who had the infertility issues? And by the way, also, this is another conflation that they make. So, let me be clear, for people who don't know, which I'm pretty sure probably everybody here does, how does in vitro fertilization work? So, first of all, the woman has to take fertility drugs, which is usually Lupron Depot, the drug I've taken. It's a really fucked up drug. It's a very serious drug. It's also the drug they use to prevent puberty in children. It should not be given to children. It's never been tested on children, and they give it to them anyway. But Lupron, usually they put women on Lupron Depot to make them, not Lupron, it's a different dosage. Is it Lupron? Or is it a different drug? I think maybe I think it is Lupron. It's not the same fucking thing. They give them fertility drugs to make them more fertile than would normally be. Then they make a whole bunch they take a bunch of eggs from the woman when she's on these fertility treatments. They take the eggs out of her ovaries. Then they implant them artificially with the sperm. And they try to get as many viable embryos as possible, and then they implant them into the lady. This is why when women go through IVF, sometimes, actually quite frequently, you have multiples that come out of it instead of like just a single baby, which is the typical. It's sometimes twins or triplets because they implant sometimes 5 fertilized eggs, knowing that most of them will not take. Right? Now, the reality of this means that a lot of those fertilized embryos, those little eggs that have been fertilized with sperm, will get thrown out. Okay? And if you have a very strict scriptural sort of understanding of what is life, you would say, well, that is a baby because it's going to be, but it won't become a baby under its circumstance. We're fucking with science. We're fucking with what God made, okay, already? But we're allowing women to have children in the process. So I do not, as a Christian, have any issue with IVF. And I think that the vast majority of Christians and conservatives have no issues with IVF just because it creates extra embryos to potentially be used. I have not seen a conservative ever say this. Maybe a couple have. I have not seen this as a mainstream conservative talking point. However, it is a mainstream left-wing talking point that this is what conservatives believe. They want you to allow you to have babies. Weird coming from the party that wants to mutilate children and remove their ability to reproduce. But okay, you're lying. That's the truth. We get that.
On this is well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this
works.
This is basic human right. We have seen.
No, it's not being able to kill your baby is not a basic human right. Being able to murder is not a basic human right. Again, there is some nuance here.
Let him continue to bury himself.
Maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is a...
I'd like to see actually a fact check on that. Can you fact check that one? Has maternal mortality skyrocketed in Texas? If it has, could I ask in what population? Could it be migrants who are not documented, so they don't go to hospitals? Uh-oh. Could that be why maternal mortality has spiked, Tim? I'm just guessing. but I bet it fucking is.
About healthcare.
There's no maternal mortality in the Western world. So if there's been an increase in maternal mortality in Texas, it's because they're a bunch of undocumented migrants who won't go to the hospital because they don't have insurance because they're not citizens.
It's about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you respond to
Oh,
the
we
motion?
trust
Will you create
women.
a federal
You trust
pregnancy
doctors.
monitoring agency?
What, like the
No,
most
certainly
disgusting
we won't.
sentence
And
you
I
could
want to talk
say?
about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't
Retarded.
agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And you know, one of them is actually very dear to me, and I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had the abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense.
Well, he shook his head at let the states make the decision. Did you see that? He shook his head at that, as in, no, don't let the states make the decision. It must be done by the federal government. We must make the decision. Also, just noticing that Tim Walz says green eyes. Green versus blue. This is a rare white people debate. Interesting.
In a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her.
Look, yeah, I agree with Vance. Oh, she had to travel from Georgia to North Carolina to get her abortion. Why didn't she get her fucking abortion when it was able to? It's still available in Georgia. She just should have done it in the first 4 months after she had, in the 4 months from when she had sex to when she. Oh, come on. I'm so tired of this. Women know. Because you have a monthly cycle. If you haven't had your period in 3 fucking months, which is how long it would take to be 2 months pregnant, you fucking know that you're pregnant. Something's off. You're gonna have hormonal changes. You know. I know that I've seen those fucking crazy TLC programs where it's like, I didn't know I was pregnant and I went and took a shit because I'm a big fat sow and a baby fell out into the toilet. Okay. Those people are going to just do that anyway. Like, they're going to do that no matter what. Women know if they're pregnant. They know they've had unprotected sex. If the woman's been raped, she's a victim of incest and rape, or usually it's both, or whatever it is, she knows. So go get it taken care of. I hate to use that terminology, but if you want to terminate the pregnancy, then go to get it taken care of in the first literally 4 months you have. Get it. If you got raped, go take a Plan B pill. They're $30. I know it sounds callous, but if you were raped, take a Plan B pill. $30. Nothing. Baby never forms. Egg and sperm might meet, but it never implants. No one's bothered.
Try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography?
Someone else's body is involved, dickhead.
Okay, I think we've lost Spoon.
Let's just try to get through whatever else this we can.
We've got an hour more of this.
I would like to get through a little bit of this because I'm wide awake and I'm angry now.
I would like to try at least try and get some sleep tonight.
Will, you're off tomorrow. Please.
I don't know.
Bill, please. So we'll get through a little bit more of this. We'll see how much we can get through.
I'm flagging myself quite frankly.
I'll keep going then. I'll keep going, lads. I'll keep going. I'll shut down the stream. I want to get through this, guys.
Can we not reconvene at a later date to Go from
What do you guys? All right, chat. What do you guys think? I'll read the rest
Spoon
of
is dead to the world. I'm half dead.
I think Spoon's dead, but if you guys would like to hear me continue to respond to it, so I'm gonna put up a poll here. All right, Spoon is, I think, asleep. So should I keep going solo? Whoa.
I think we've already. To be honest, I think we've already seen like the lion's share.
Super chats and sleep. Or sleeps. Question. Be Aiden solo, because I will do it. Not Han Solo. Or sleeps. Alright, I'll wait about like 3 minutes or so for your I'll stay. I'm wired because this is irritating.
I could give less of a shit. I didn't want to do this bloody debate in the first place. You made me.
What?
You heard me.
How'd I make you?
Because this was not planned for today.
Yes, it was. Well, the debate happened.
No, it fucking was not. I wanted to do something else for the whole fucking week.
I know you wanted to talk about the... Do you want to do that on Saturday or something? On
no,
Sunday?
I'm good.
Spoon.
Fuck off.
Everyone is tired of shit.
Is he gonna tag someone in? I'm gonna tag in. Where's Uzulu? Let's see, is Uzulu up? I'll see him.
Go to bed.
Go to bed. Uzulu stays up all night. So I was gonna see if he was here. If he was online, but I don't see him anywhere. I know Mach was here earlier.
Just call it, for fuck's sake.
I'm just gonna keep going. What do we got here? It's heavily on me continuing to go.
This is not a democracy.
Hey, Arden, you want to come in? Arden, that's cool. Yeah, Arden, I'll add you. All right. Spoon, Bill, do you want to head to bed?
Yes.
Okay, you guys go to sleep. I will call in. Oh no, wait. How am I gonna do this though, Spoon?
What?
Just call the stream, please.
No. Hang on. This
You
will actually
can cancel at any time.
What?
You can cancel at any time.
I'm just gonna add. I'm gonna add Arden because he says he's down to come in.
Okay.
I'm gonna add Ardent Party. Whoops.
You don't need me for that.
No, I know. Give me a second. Add. Okay. And then you guys can go to sleep. Spoon, just let the stream run. I'll close it out.
Right.
Cool? All right. Okay. Hopefully people will join here in a second. If not, I will. We will put Bill and Spoon to sleep. I'll continue to go. I am calling Ardent Party. I'm giving you a call, on Discord. Pick up whenever you're available. He's headed over. Okay. You're invited. So anyway, I'm gonna keep watching the stream. Thank you for joining me, guys. I know it is late. I know, but I'm wired. So, Mike Bastier, I can add you too. Hang on. If you want to come in. What's your name on Discord, Mike? Whatever. Do you?
Yes, because he's on broadcasting it.
Oh,
How about we just call it there for the evening?
Okay. All right. Okay, apparently, because it's going to be complicated with the... Sorry, Arden, because apparently it's going to be confusing to deal with it. We did get through half of the debate. How about we do the next half next week? All right? Spoon's unhappy.
There's nothing more to this. We don't...
Okay, all right. Okay.
Well, I've seen maybe like the last 2 minutes worth commenting on.
I did hear that there was some stuff at the end. Yeah. But
we'll do an addendum next week if it's
We'll either do an addendum this weekend, because I know Spoon also wants to react to the Birdman response to him. Okay, good, because you shouldn't respond to him. He's a loser. Anyway. Okay. So, I'm going to read the rest of the super chats, and then we will hang out. We'll do it some other time, guys, if we didn't get through all of it. Linda Hunter gifted another Broken Crown membership, but didn't get that. Oh, no, I did. Stick Sex and Hammer got that. Emu's Currency for 5 says, I support mandatory sex changes for immigrants. No, I don't support that because taxpayer money going for useless stuff. Although the Muslim world used to do that to make eunuchs.
Iran still does it.
I know. Lucy Lemonberg gave 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Lucy. That's very generous. Thank you. Slosher for 10 Canadians says, I read a book about Chernobyl. Mikhail Gorbachev basically said to the scientists, quote, we turned you into gods and you fucking failed us, end quote. The USSR replaced God with science, and that was the result. We are seeing the same thing happening today. Olin 100 did get another membership. Thank you. Frog Jupiter for 5 says, I have a solution for the energy and the border debate. Bring back the treadmill to generate electricity and have the guest run on it 24/7. Yeah. That'd be funny. Rick for 2 says, know anything about the U.S. Government killing the owls? I've heard about that, but I don't know anything about it. Solon the Lich for 50 ARS says, remember some Yuri Bezanov? Explaining how they got people to turn. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I do as well, friend. Anyway, we are going to go to bed then. No, Arden, I know you just showed up, sorry, but it's going to be too complicated to be able to keep this stream on when Spoon leaves, because then it won't work. Sorry for showing up, Arden. I'm sorry I did inconvenience you. We will watch the rest of this later, and I'll see you all next week.